Let me think about it. I'll get back.
I'm going to call the committee meeting for city property claims to order at 6:31. I have President Cook as my second here this evening. Mr. Wade is not feeling very well, and Mr. Blair will be here shortly. I appreciate you coming in early, and thank you for holding my work until tonight, because I was a lot under the weather last week. So we'll get this all of the business taken care of, so I can vote it out in front of the full council and have it taken care of tonight.
Sounds good.
From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I entertain a motion in accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to accept the donation of a 2002 Volkswagen Jetta with an estimated retail value of $845 from Nancy Wall to the automotive department at the high school.
Second.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hold on. So I did speak with, actually, I had a meeting today with Mark Furtado when we covered this as well. That's a very generous donation from Ms. Wall for the kids up at the CTE program to be able to work on that and learn a little bit more about automotive repair. Any other questions or concerns? No? Move for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next, I entertain a motion in accordance with Section 2-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to declare the following mayor's office equipment as surplus and available for disposition. 1 typewriter, make a Nakajima AE 710, condition no longer works.
Second.
Thank you.
Welcome.
There's not a whole lot to say about that.
No, it's pretty straightforward.
It's a typewriter. Who uses those anymore? Well, hello. Welcome. We were just moving. We're just rolling right along. Rolling right along.
What you were about to say.
All those. I'm going to move for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Opposed? Sorry. Motion passes. Thank you. Welcome. It's nice to see you.
Good to see you start on time.
I'm very proud.
Thank
He
you.
offered. So
Thank you.
Okay. I entertain a motion in accordance with Section 2-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to declare the following police department vehicle as surplus for trade-in or resale value and available for disposition: a 2008 BMW 528xi with a VIN number of WBANV 135X8C 256100 with 105,263 miles on it, condition fair.
Second.
In all honesty, I've not talked to the police department about this particular vehicle, but I don't think there's any reason for us to hold it up from being voted out.
Right.
Do you have any information about it?
No, I don't,
No.
but I would have hoped to talk to him about it. It's a BMW.
Yeah. I
Must
unfortunately,
have some value.
it does. It is, they're putting it in for either resale or trade-in value on that.
Okay.
Okay. I have more information in my, hold on a second. I apologize,
Is that a drug car?
not as far as I am aware, not according to my backup documentation. I can give you more information. I don't want. I can hold it if you would like me to hold it.
No,
but I
that's
don't think
fine.
it's necessary. Okay, I'll move for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. It was.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I have an extensive list of buses that are being dispositioned that I will be holding. I had a meeting with Mark Furtado today. There's information coming through the mayor's communication tonight regarding the leasing of new buses, but that lease won't take place until after July 1st. And these buses, they're going to need to utilize these until the new buses come in. So we cannot surplus these now. We don't have, a date on when the new buses will be coming. We don't have any other information, so I'm just going to hold on to that for now. They are they will not be able to be re-inspected. The school buses are inspected twice a year, usually at the beginning of the school year and midway through, January, February. None of these buses will pass inspection. So we need to get new buses, but we can't surplus these until we have a plan in place and we know when the other ones are coming, because once they're surplus, they can't be used. Yes.
What you just said, we're driving buses on a road now that won't pass inspection?
Correct.
Doesn't sound good to me. I
It's
don't know
not good
about-
to me either. They currently have valid inspections, but the state has specifically stated that when it comes time for these particular buses to be inspected again, they will not pass. I went and I inspected them myself. I'm not an auto dealer, but I know my way around a school bus pretty well. And there are time restraints set forth by the state of Massachusetts and in our bus contracts that buses can only be so many years old. They have to be under 10 years old and things like
Well,
that.
I don't feel bad if that's the case, because there's 1980, 1970 vehicles riding around
Right.
that are safe. I just want the general public to know, and you just expressed it, that this is a time concern where they're running out of time, they have to be replaced,
Correct.
rather than the tires falling off and it will be replaced.
Yeah, these will not be,
Due to time constraints.
due to the decomposition. I mean, some of them are from 1998. We have some minibuses that are.
So,
But the I don't have the specific regulation, but I can tell you that the state of Massachusetts, as it pertains to passenger transportation vehicles, they have a time limit on them, and they can't be more than 10 years old. And here we are.
well,
So-
I would like to see, we could check.
Sorry. I didn't vote to call him.
I
Nobody
didn't tell
told
him
you
to
to
shut
shut
off
it
his
off.
cell phone, so.
Forward to that speech later this evening.
Go ahead, Peter, sorry.
That you would check with the recreation department, because I know for years we used a school bus over there that I donated
For what
was-
purpose?
for taking kids to field trips, into see the Pawtucket Red Sox, the Bruins, whatnot. It served the purpose for a long, long time, and if it was more than 10 years old. So maybe it fits into their regulations. I would hate to see a bus at the high school that the city has paid for go somewhere to be used, sold out of the system, when we possibly might have a need in the rec department for it.
Okay. Again, as I was saying.
You check into that before
Absolutely,
this comes
not a
up?
problem. Again, I was specifically speaking about this tonight because I'm holding it.
Yeah, I
And
know
I'm
you
not-
are.
and I will
You
do
did bring
anything-
it- You did bring it out. for
Yeah,
discussion.
no, absolutely, and I'm more than happy to do that. There was a letter that went around, hold on a second, mid-March, excuse me,
Oh,
asking if anyone wanted it.
The letter did go out to
It
all
did,
departments?
yep, it was on March 19th. An email was sent out to all departments. The response date to the memo was dated April 2nd.
All right, I'll talk to Mr. Wolf myself.
If you had an opportunity, I will bring in photos of the vehicles as well. I mean, many of them have like pieces of cardboard that are, holding things together. They are in very, very rough shape. If somebody wants it, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But all I'm saying is that these are being held because I can't surplus them because we still have to use them through the end of the school year.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I did want to mention that you will be hearing more about this later tonight, but in the mayor's communication, there's actually an item dealing with executing a contract for the leasing of 8 vans by use of the school department. So it's something that's in the works to replace some of these items anyways. So.
Thank you. And I had a very good conversation. I had about a 45-minute conversation with Mr. Furtado today, specifically as it relates to the replacement of the vans, the buses and vans. It was a great conversation. I have some great backup information for whoever's committee that it gets assigned to. I'm happy to pass that information along.
If I'm
Thank you.
Please.
Chair, so just so I am understanding you correctly, the reason that the buses are being surplus is because of their age. And because of their age, there are state laws which state that they can't be in service for more than 10 years old.
I have to get a much more specific date for you for that, which I'm more than happy to do. It is my understanding, it's through not only age, but these, similar to police vehicles, they drive around town all day long. They have, 150, 300,000 miles on them, and they are in very, very poor condition.
But are they safe? The reason for my question is because I'm trying to understand if there are students being transported on the buses now which if they happen to be stopped by a police officer would be put out of service on the spot because they are not safe.
It is my understanding that there are several that currently are inoperable and are sitting in the parking lot at the high school that absolutely are not safe.
But the ones that they're using
Correct.
are safe.
Safe.
Okay.
As of this moment, as of right now, what happens next week could be a different topic. If something happens and it gets pulled off the road, I've experienced it many times where they have pulled vans off the road and replaced it with something else or brought in. Bloom could subcontract that transportation. They don't put any child at risk in the city. That's not a concern of mine because their safety, children's safety is of the utmost importance across the city, no matter what department. So there isn't anyone being put onto a bus that's unsafe. So there's 11 vehicles here that are being surplused. I think half of them are no longer operable and are just sitting in the parking lot. The other ones are functional, and due to the age constraints that were coming up, due to inspection that'll come somewhere around July 1st, they were told that because of the age of the buses, they will no longer be able to be utilized in transporting the kids in our school system.
Okay.
Could I please have a list of those buses?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I did have another follow-up question, if I
Please.
can remember what it was. Oh, it'll come to me. That's all right.
This is something, I had tried to, I was very ill last week, and I had an appointment, a committee meeting scheduled last Wednesday to be with Mr. Furtado. Unfortunately, I was hospitalized, so I wasn't able to make it, and then we had a reschedule for Friday morning, and due to a concern on Friday morning, he was not able to make it. So we met today. He's more than happy to come in and have a conversation about these. I'm sure with the new business, in the mayor's communication, that he'll come down and speak to us again. I also, like I said, there was a presentation on March 18th to the school committee from Mr. Furtado with regards to not only the bus contract, but the surplusing of the vehicles and which ones they're keeping and which ones they're getting rid of. So I'll happily make a copy of this
Please.
for everyone so that they can have it and take a look at it.
I remembered.
Oh, may I? Councilor Thibodeau.
Thank you. Yeah, what I was going to ask is, of the buses that are parked, are they still registered?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're still, even though have been taken out of service, on the one hand, they're still in service. So is there a possibility that if one of the in-service buses breaks down, that a driver will be instructed to use one of the out-of-service buses because it's still registered and still able to be used out to do a route?
It would be my hope that that wouldn't happen.
It would be my hope that they would not be registered if they are that far gone, that they are not on the road now. I would think that they would be unregistered so that one thing
Would not
happen.
Now, it's interesting because it's been my experience that if you have a vehicle that we're not able to surplus yet, that we have to keep on our property, it has to be registered and insured. And so that, I know, I talked to Allison upstairs, and this part of all of this came out because they were looking to renew the insurance on the buses, and then there was the discussion about we're getting rid of some and getting some new ones and things like that. So I know that they are still currently registered and insured. Through the changes that I am happy with the changes that have taken place in the transportation department over at the high school. There's been a change in leadership. There's new blood in there, people who know what they're doing and understand safety rules and regulations better. So I would be very comfortable saying that I'm not concerned that should a vehicle break down and they need to put somebody in another one, they're going to put them in one of the just decommissioned vehicles. As someone who works for Bloom, when there have been concerns in the past, like if the Tri-County bus broke down or anything like that, then we send someone out. Then Bloom, they call Bloom, Bloom sends out a bus. So the previous practice, over the course of the last year or 6 months, the practice has been, in the event that a bus breaks down or a van breaks down, then they call in Holmes, Bloom, anybody who has a vehicle available and sends them out to do the work. It has not, I can't say that they haven't done what you suggested or mentioned previously, but they have not done it over the course of the last year.
Okay.
I feel much more confident about the administration as it pertains to the transportation of school students in the city and how they utilize these buses far more than I've been able to say previously. If that makes sense.
It does. If the past practice, if they've been sitting there for that long, the past practice has been to drop a dime to Bloom and they would make another bus available or whatever was necessary without using those other buses. And I would have confidence that they wouldn't go that way either. It sounds like that if they were going to do that, they would have already done it.
Again, I'm saying that I may have witnessed that a year and a half ago, but in the last year, no. Since the change in personnel over at the transportation department, those kinds of situations have not occurred since.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Churchill.
Madam Chair, 2 questions.
Go.
Who are they, and is it in writing? And is it from date of manufacture or date of service? Some buses sit on a lot for a couple of years and then they weren't continued, and they're still brand new.
So-
I'm curious, is it date of service or date of manufacturing, 10-year warranty?
I'm happy to find I cannot answer that very specifically, so I will happily find that information out
They
for
say,
you.
you have to be,
It's the inspection services of the state of Massachusetts.
did they say that in writing or is this a phone call?
I believe they were on site doing inspections.
So they should have followed up with a written notice.
Perhaps they did, and I'm
Well, they
happy to
should.
find that out. Okay, let me write that down.
That's all I have, thank you.
Written notice, date of manufacture. I will have all of this information long before we have to actually vote
Okay.
on those coming out.
I'm not
Any
trying to
other-
run the buses longer, I'd like to know date of manufacture or date of
Yep.
service, and they should be responding to us in writing that the buses are not gonna be re-inspected or can't be re-inspected because of, and be specific.
Again, I will hand this information to you. It says, let's see. Well, there would continue to be a need for the district to provide direct service under certain circumstances, notably special education and field trips. The deterioration of the vehicles under the district control is indicative of how the school system is not institutionally equipped to be a proprietor of this type and quality of infrastructure. And for this reason, and consistent with the proposals below, the school committee should declare the vehicles itemized here as surplus, which they did. They did that in March, and then it came our way for me to declare them surplus. But I can't do that because we still need to use them. And the minute I declare something surplus, it either gets traded in or thrown away.
Okay, thank you.
So we have some time. I'll get that information for you. Any other questions about that? I have 2 more little motions to move on through, and then I will adjourn. I entertain a motion in accordance with section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the city of Attleboro to accept a donation of 55 rose bushes with an estimated value of $1,210 from the Garden Club for the Anderson Rose Garden.
Second.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the Garden Club. It's such a generous donation. The roses over, all over the city, especially in Capron Park. Beautiful. Any questions or concerns? I'll move for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. My next motion, if we have a need to speak with Gary Rajan, he is here tonight. I don't know if it'll be necessary. It's up to you fine gentlemen and lady.
I was gonna say, you're a lady too, man.
I entertain a motion in accordance with section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the city of Attleboro to accept a guidebook entitled Attleboro Business and Development Guide prepared by the Planning and Development Department through a technical assistance pass-through grant in early of fiscal year 2014 from the South Coast Rail Grant Program. Thank you. So a couple weeks ago, we all got a copy of this in our mailboxes. It's beautiful and lovely, and they worked on it really hard, and I think it's a tremendous One of the biggest complaints that I get is when a business comes here, they're looking for help, that there's no guidebook. Now we have a guidebook.
That's the guy.
So now we're not, so that's great. So they can take this and utilize this and be able to either start your business or get a fence or build a permit or find out about wetlands protection or anything like that. And we're fortunate, they didn't take the money. We are accepting this as the council. They will have, my question, of course, to Gary was, so does the grant pay for printing this off? Because you only use $50 in office supplies a year, according to your budget. He says he has plenty of paper and whatever these things are in stock. He will print off a few copies every month and have them over at the planning board. So if you're interested, you can pick them up. The minute that it gets approved by our honorable body, they'll throw it up on the website. So anyone who wants to download it on the website can do that as well. All of the different departments work together to create this very comprehensive book. I think it'll be helpful. I'm glad that we got a pass-through grant to be able to do it, and it's been a long time in coming, so I'm really happy that it's here. Any questions or concerns? Anything? Excellent.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please.
Has the United Attleboro Area Chamber of Commerce, I know I'm saying that wrong probably.
United Regional Chamber of Commerce.
Have they been consulted on the booklet? And the only reason I ask is because there have been many times when they have disagreed with different things that the council has done.
Sure.
From the city side, or on the city side, and that's the only side I can speak from.
Walter, if
but the
I can
thing
get
is-
Gary, he's here if you would like to ask him that question, because I don't have that answer.
If he does, sure.
Would you mind, Jeremy? Thank you. Councilor Denley?
Because if they don't, I think perhaps maybe a public hearing, or
Okay.
a public forum, or something of that, likewise, something like that, so that if there are, after reviewing it, if there are suggestions that they think that should be added to it, or there should be amendments made to it somehow, then at least they would have had the opportunity
To review it.
to review it.
That's an excellent
before it comes
recommendation.
out.
Great. It's a great recommendation. Let's ask this to Gary. Mr. Rajan, thank you so much thank you for coming out.
Thanks, Gary.
Councilor Thibodeau has a very good question to ask you with regards to your business development guide.
Yeah, first of all, I like it. I like it very much.
Thank you.
But my question to the chairman was whether or not the Chamber of Commerce and the city, the United Regional Chamber of Commerce, has had an opportunity to look at it, and if they did they have a chance to give you some feedback on it, or is it something that was just done in-house and going to be handed out that way?
After the mayor sent it down in his communications with the council, Mr. Lane called me and he asked for a copy. I walked it over that morning to him. But it did not include input from him because all regarding the permitting processes in-house to the city of Attleboro. If you look at it, well, I'm sure you have, I don't mean it that way,
yeah.
but
When?
if you read it a few times, if you notice, it does not articulate all the functions of all the departments in the city of Attleboro. What it articulates
Right.
are the functions of those departments as they apply to permitting and land development. Okay?
Yep.
So if you look at what the fire department does, it does not articulate every function of the fire department. And we can go on to any other departments. So it's very specific to the permit and development functions of the city of Attleboro. So it did not get into, well, if you went down to the local Chamber of Commerce, they do that too. What we wanted is if you walk into City Hall, or when you come into City Hall, to make it as jargon-free as possible, as simple as possible, so someone can just pick it up who has no clue on what they're gonna, and where they need to go, what the sequence is, that I think is very light on jargon, simple, And it does say, come on in and ask questions to the planning staff, the city clerk staff, or whatever staff you think you need to go to. And ultimately, it tells you all the cross-references on what other departments you need to go to.
So if I may follow up.
Please.
Madam Chair. So, Gary, did you get any feedback from Mr. Lank?
No, I did not.
You did not? Okay.
Nothing in there.
Did you get, well, if you didn't get any feedback, it's hard to tell what his thoughts and what had been at any level. So, should I, as a member of the council, presume that he's okay with what's in the booklet? Because we haven't heard anything differently.
Well, what's the nexus? What's the relationship? I'm not sure. First of all, of course, there's nothing wrong with no harm in following up, but the intent wasn't to offer to the public what Gary Arazian or my departmental staff thinks the role of the Chamber of Commerce is. If that was the case, clearly we would have collaborated, but that wasn't the point. It wasn't for any other entity outside of SERPED, SEED, the block grant. It doesn't get into any of all that. It just talks about for anyone, whether you're a seasoned entrepreneur, a seasoned businessman, someone who's just getting into the business, a homeowner that just wants to put up a fence, you have no idea. I mean, here's one. People synonymously interchange a variance with a special permit. That's understandable. So it kind of really brings down the jargon out, explains what they are and where you need to come from, where to go to get the permit. So it wasn't in any way to preclude the chamber in the process. I didn't want to expand it and make it more complicated. I just wanted to make sure one document, when you walk into Attleboro City Hall, who your department heads are, what the processes are, who the boards are, what the names are, email addresses, telephone numbers, so you can ask the questions of City Hall. It wasn't intended to be a permitting guide that consolidates all the activities of all the various organizations in the city of Attleboro. And again, I think you know me well enough. If it was to include the chamber, absolutely we would have, but it wasn't intended to do that. And I don't think it does it. It doesn't do it at all.
If I may.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't mean to be critiquing this.
Oh, that's okay.
If that's what it sounds like. It's just that so many times, first of all, let me say I'm encouraged by the fact that when Mr. Lank called you, that you followed through and
Yeah, that
gave him
morning,
a
I did.
copy.
Wednesday
And
morning, I walked it over.
Knowing you, that's exactly what I would expect. But because there wasn't any mention of that,
There you go.
that through the chair, anyway, that probably didn't know about that going on. So the question, I was asking the question so that we don't have a problem later on with him or someone else from the chamber showing up at the podium saying, well, we followed the guidelines in the booklet, and but this wasn't included and that wasn't included. So the fact that you have shared it with him and you haven't got any feedback, positive, negative, or in between, says to me that if he isn't okay with it, then I think we would have heard it by now.
Yeah, moreover, let me add, and you're more than welcome to see the grant application I wrote. From the outset, if you look at the application, it specifically says what the intent of the grant funds would be used for. And we followed every single step of the grant application with the state through SERPED in the final document. So they are in lockstep. If you look at the final product that the mayor sent down to you for the $10,000 and cross-referenced it to the grant application, it's in lockstep. And I think at the time we sent the request down to the city council, the notification let you know that I applied for the technical assistance grant. I think we offered, as we typically do, the grant application's available if you wanted to look at it. It's still available if you want to look at it. So it's not like, we said one thing in the grant application and then when we got the funds, it morphed into something else. It is lockstep with the grant
No,
application.
I wouldn't have thought that.
Okay.
To begin with. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate your help.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor?
Thanks, Gary. This looks like something that would be applicable to somebody that come in and wasn't real computer savvy. It's got something in black and white to read, and it's a guideline that maybe
It's actually
somebody
in
my
full
age,
color.
maybe somebody my age would be much easier than telling them you can get it online.
Yeah, and that's a,
So,
everyone
I-
doesn't have computers, so we try to, and Council Parika was in the office earlier saying, are we sure we're gonna have enough of these hard copies to distribute? And I assured her that we will.
Yeah.
We're probably gonna produce about 24 to begin with to see, what the activity is, how many people are coming in. If we need to produce more than 24, I'm just going by a month, we'll do that. And I suspect
just,
over time, people know it's online as well, so.
It's a compliment, and you've already explained it as far as I'm
Okay.
concerned. It's a compliment that you get this booklet out there, because when somebody comes in, it does help. And usually people coming through that back door, if they're not a contractor or have run a business and know what the functions are, we can be pretty confusing to the average person walking off the street. So anything that we can do, or you can do, to facilitate your easiness in getting an application or going for a permit without going to a $300 an hour lawyer to do certain things. I applaud you for that, and I think this is a great step.
Yes, Stephanie, the senior land use planner, and Lauren, the planning administrator, did a wonderful job contacting the department heads. We did a sweep through, we did a second one, we did a third one, even after we presented it to the mayor. I said, one last time, run it by all the department heads, just to make sure that we didn't miss anything, that we didn't misstate anything, and everyone replied back. We've got everyone on board, so it is precisely what we wanted the outcome of that document to be, and there was plenty of quality control throughout the entire process to make sure that that's the case. So again, as anyone gets that, who just doesn't know where to go for a liquor license, doesn't know where to go for a business certificate, whether it's Betty's office or the mayor's office for a liquor license, whether it's a simple special permit application for a fence, they will now know. And I offer to the city council, I mean, you, I imagine, get dozens and dozens and hundreds of questions and perhaps complaints. And if there's feedback that you want to give us, because we'll update this as we go along, perhaps, I don't know, on a semi-annual basis, an annual basis, whatever the case might be, I'd like to get your feedback too, to say, Gary, this needs to be adjusted, that needs to be adjusted, or there's something that's missing from it. We'll be happy to incorporate that into the next version, so.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Gary.
You're welcome.
Counselor Churchill?
Thank you. Hi, Gary.
Hi, Chief.
So, one person
I
asked
should
me.
say counselor, I'm too.
Whatever. As long as you don't call me when you meet me on the street.
As long as I don't call you
Totally
late for
kidding,
dinner.
Gary. So basically, what I said to the person, and if I'm misunderstanding it, it's a city's requirement for any applicant who wants to do business in the city and what the process is. It has nothing to do with after the fact, as far as the council alluded to with,
Any outside
any
agencies?
outside.
No,
It's basically, city agencies,
City
what's
of Attleboro.
required. If you want to do this, you got to do that.
it's a roadmap for the
Yeah, okay.
city of Attleboro, that's correct.
Thank you. So I can pass that information on as I already have.
Yes, sir.
Thank
You
you
were
very
right
much.
on.
Counselor Conti?
Gary, I would think that you would want to use the Chamber of Commerce to distribute that book, to increase the circulation of that book. To put that book into the hands of people who are considering opening up a business. That this is not a marketing tool, but it certainly is a key to opening up the door to making it easy to do business in Attleboro. You and I have had several conversations about the need for an ombudsman that could answer questions without any kind of commitment to inquiring bodies wanting to know the ins and outs of doing business in Attleboro. And typically that would be done by the position of an economic development director, which we don't have and haven't had for several years.
But we do that now in the office anyhow, so.
You have to. You have to. So I'm a little disappointed to hear that we're only going to print 24 copies of this book. I mean, there should be hundreds of copies of this book.
That's just per month, if I
Well, I
may.
just-
That's just, if there's a
Pick
greater
the number right
need.
now that we're gonna put out, I don't know, so if we find that within the next first few days that we'll print more, I'm just saying, I didn't know what number to print right now, because it
So
is on the city's.
you do have the funds to be able to print additional books.
Well, sure. I mean, the paper comes, it's citywide, so that's not really a budget item on mine. The only other thing between paper and the ink, which we get from the MIS office, not to be, dilatory about it, it's like, I don't keep my eye on the bottom line for those budget items as I need it. I request it. It always seems to be available.
I guess
so
my
we
opinion is that there shouldn't be a restriction on the number of copies of that available for distribution. And
No, there isn't.
I'm
I
sure there
just
isn't.
picked the
That's
number
good.
that council asked me, and I told her about 24 to start off with, and we see where it goes from there, Counselor.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not like we're only gonna do 24 a month and that's it.
Right. And that was actually part of my concern, Counselor Con, like it started, I came to see Mr. Arazian today because I was under the impression in my own mind when I read this that we'd have a stack this high in there and we'd be giving them out all day long. And if that's what's necessary, then that's what we will do.
Yeah.
If it's not necessary, then we don't have to. Again, it's a matter, I think that a year ago you talked about this to me. When I first was a counselor, we had a conversation and you said that this was in the works. And I think that this is a great roadmap for people. I'm a tactile learner, someone who has to read to understand what I have all of the motions for every single one of the committees printed out every week so I can follow along with what's going on. If I came to your window and asked you, how am I supposed to do this, and you told me and then I'd walk away, I wouldn't remember. So I'm sure that there are other people in this city that like to do business that are similar to how I am, so I think this is a great resource for them. I appreciate the hard work that your office has done. I also appreciate the fact that they've not only once, twice, but triple checked the information. I have the expectation that you will be making changes as the practical application of this booklet
Absolutely.
starts to happen, and that you're open to do so. I think that's great. And I appreciate the hard work, and if we need more copies, I know you'll be picking them up.
And as I expressed to Council Parika earlier, the reason why I didn't produce any yet, I didn't want to be so presumptuous that you're going to accept it. So I wanted to make, I even told the staff not to upload it on the city's website until we get the vote of the city council that you accepted it.
Right. That was what we talked about today. Any other questions, concerns, problems? No. Gary, thank you very much for
Pleasure.
explaining it to us better and hanging out for me tonight. I
My
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
All right, good night, councilors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Right. Now I move for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much for entertaining me and having my committee meeting. I call for an adjournment at 7:07.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
I'm not taking my name though. Is that okay?
No, it's Jeremy.
Okay. I'd like to call Personnel and Human Services to order, please. From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I entertain a motion to approve the request of the mayor to add the following positions on the city classification plan for exempt employees: waste reduction enforcement coordinator added to grade 1, assistant conservation agent added to grade 3.
Second.
Thank you. And Owen, if you want to come up, please, the personnel director's here this evening. And I do apologize for calling a meeting. Cheryl had contacted Linda and I saying there was a time constraint on the grant that we had already accepted, but I wanted Owen to come in because he was the one that then informed Cheryl that we need to look at the classification plan when you were doing other housekeeping, I believe on the conservation assistant position. So I figured instead of meeting with Owen and then coming back, and if there was other questions I couldn't answer, it would be best just to have him come in and everyone could ask any questions that they had to. So basically, we had the memo, and says he's forwarding the proposed additions to the classification plan for your submission to the municipal council. These recommended additions are the result of changes within the health department and planning and development department. The health department recently received a sustainable materials recovery program municipal grant from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. This funding will allow the health department to hire 2 part-time coordinators at 19 hours each on a weekly basis. The job title for the positions will be Waste Reduction Enforcement Coordinator. It is recommended that this position be placed at grade 1 within the exempt group. Now, that was based upon the grant that we had already accepted with the 25% match grant. I think it was 9-1. And we had also talked about in committee before that I had brought up that just because right now it's the grant position and then we're having the reclassification, that we don't have to fund it in the future. We didn't want that to be a concern either, or during the budget time if it was to come up and then they decided we do need this position, because they said in the memo that they brought down through Cheryl that they would be examining that position, the usefulness of the monies from the grant. So then going forward, we just wouldn't fund the position if the council didn't feel that it should be funded in economic times for the future, if that's what we're cutting. And then the next one, can you just go over the assistant conservation, because that was, there's two of them together in the motion.
Yes, the other position was a position that had been left vacant with the recent resignation. And as we were upgrading the job description, we did some cross-checking just to make sure it was on the classification plan, and lo and behold, it had not been placed on there in error. So to do some housekeeping, I also placed this position on the request as well.
Okay, and I will open the floor for any questions or comments. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for coming down. The 25% match, is that coming out of budget, or is that coming from revolving funds? Or do you-
I believe that's coming out of the revolving fund.
That was my understanding, but I was looking for more. The stamp, but that's why I'm asking.
I believe that was in their communication to you before.
Okay. All right. Thank you, that's all I have. That's it.
Thanks, I told you it would be that.
This is fine,
That
thank you.
bad. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? No, all in favor? Aye. Thank you, motion
Aye.
passes. I call to adjourn Personnel and Human Services.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you, we are adjourned. Thank you, Owen, so much for
Thank you.
coming back.
Good to see you.
That was quick. I have to have my committee, there'll be a break in the middle.
For your committee?
Yes.
After the public hearing?
Public hearing, yes.
You're gonna get broken in the middle, is that what you said?
Been there, done that, Mr. Thibodeau. It's all right, I didn't say anything bad.
It was probably like one of those commercial breaks from the volume.
Yeah, no, yeah, we'll have the public hearing, pause for committee, and vote it at full council.
Sounds good.
Does anyone need anything else? Peter doesn't tell me.
Where did everybody go? I thought we were all ready, and then everybody up and left. Feels like the State House.
It wasn't my turn to watch everybody today.
I hear you. But it does, it feels like the State.
We're live. Okay. Call the regular meeting of Tuesday, April 21st, 2015 of the Municipal Council to order. In a moment, I'm going to ask that you please stand and join in a salute to the flag, but following the flag salute, I would ask that you remain standing for a moment of silence in memory of Pat McAvoy, who recently passed away. Pat was somebody who was known to a lot of us, not only on the council, but also in City Hall and around the city. She had most recently been working until she became ill in the city clerk's office. But she's been very involved and touched a lot of lives in the city of Attleboro down through the years as a CCD teacher over at St. John's and Holy Parish. But she also, and the first time I ever met her actually was, she was involved for 25 years or more with the Pop Warner program, working with the cheerleading program. That was when I first met her, when my middle daughter was involved with Pop Warner cheerleading. So again, she was a dedicated worker who was taken from us and her family way too soon. So our condolences go to her husband Tom and to the family. So following our flag salute, if you could just remain standing for a moment of silence in her memory, I would appreciate it. So, let's stand for the flag salute, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. As you sit down, just a reminder that something I did not do during the committee meeting, which was to turn off your cell phones and other electronic devices as they do interfere with our broadcast to other parts of the city. Thank you. I'm going to hold the minutes of the last meeting we had, April 7th, because they've not yet been distributed, so I'll be holding on that. I'm going to be, in a moment, making a motion to suspend the rules, and the reason for that is that it will be necessary to have to take a break midway through the meeting for a committee meeting of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on a matter that needs to be taken care of. So just, that'll be my reason. So I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Thank you. The motion is in order. Any comments or questions about why we're doing that? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote on this, beginning with Councilor Denley, please.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hegney. President Cook.
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
The motion passes. We're operating under suspended rules. I want to apologize up front for my voice here tonight. I'm losing it. It's better now than it was yesterday, but this is my prime allergy season, or my prime allergy season is kicking in earlier, so I'm losing my voice, unfortunately. So, Mr. Blair, stand by.
Same problem.
Mr. Thibodeau, stand by.
No problem, I'm all set.
There you go.
Well, I'll be your wingman.
We have 3 public hearings scheduled for this evening. The procedure will be, for those of you who aren't familiar, we will first ask for those who are in support of the measure to speak, then those who are in opposition, and lastly, those who are neither for nor against, but have information that would be beneficial to the council in rendering a decision on those particular matters. We would ask that you come to the podium, that you give us your name and address for the record, and any comments that you have, you direct to the council as a collective body, rather than any one individual committee member. So at this time, Ms. Shocker, I'd ask that you would read the notice for the first public hearing we'll have this evening, please.
Public hearing relative to the application for a new 2015 Class 2 auto license from Automazed, Inc., 923 Washington Street, Attleboro, Mass. 7 customer parking spaces and 33 display spaces.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Good evening. If you could come to the podium, please, if you can. Ms. Agnew, can you get by that, the other thing? All right, okay, so. Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Watha Kubid. I'm actually the applicant, so I don't know if I'm...
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm trying to get a Class 2 license. My address is 923 Washington Street, and trying to get a Class 2 license, and it's right on Route 1 in Attleboro.
Okay. Ms. Harlan, you have his name, correct?
Yes.
Okay, fine, thank you. Right. Are there any questions? Churchill, do you have any?
Just one question from the licensing committee.
Okay.
Why did you pick Car Sales Alley?
Oh, I've been in the car business since '97. I had 4 dealerships in North Attleboro.
Okay.
I lived in North Attleboro before, and about 6 years ago, I moved to Attleboro, and now I moved my interest into Attleboro.
Just down the road a piece.
I'm sorry.
Just down the road a little bit from North
Correct.
Attleboro.
That's
okay,
correct.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Anything else to add?
I looked at the spot.
What's that? Okay, thank you. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Anyone else to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Is there anyone here to speak neither for nor against? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? Hearing none, Councilor Churchill, do you see any need to keep this public hearing open?
No, Mr. President, I looked at the area. I have no concerns at this time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So, based on the testimony received and the recommendation of the Chairman of the License Committee, Councilor Churchill, I'm going to declare that public hearing closed. And, Mr. Churchill, is there anything you want to say about for the applicant in terms of the procedure at this point?
It'll go to my committee and we'll bring it out, and then when it's voted, after it's signed, it'll be a few weeks, but you'll know. I'll use the administrative assistant, and I'll get your number, and I'll give you a call that it's passed, what the story is. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Then I'll be down to look at your facility once you get the cars in place. All right.
Okay, thank you for coming in. Okay, we'll go on to the reading of the next public hearing, please.
Public hearing relative to the application for an amended license for 3 10,000-gallon gasoline underground storage tanks and 1 8,000-gallon diesel tank from Cumberland Farms, Inc., 100 Crossing Boulevard, Framingham, Mass., for the property located at 220 Pleasant Street, Attleboro, Mass. Said premises being Assessors Plat number 58, lot number 22.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, my name is Peter Pawlowski.
Okay, if you come to the podium and just give us your name and address for the record, that'd be great. Could you give us your name again, please?
My name is Peter Pawlowski. I'm an attorney, counsel for the applicant, Cumberland Farms, which is, we have John Moth here, one from the planning division, tonight, necessary for ask questions. What we've come before the board is we filed an application to really amend the current UST underground storage license. There's been 3 10,000-gallon tanks there since the early 70s. And we're going to keep 3 10,000-gallon tanks here. We're looking at a 4th tank with 8,000 gallons of diesel. Not for the current store, but they're in a current renovation project, and as part of the renovation, they want to add the 4th tank with 8,000 gallons. All the plans have been submitted, everything's state-of-the-art. The current 3 tanks have been there since 2006, so they're very current. And we're asking you to respectfully approve the amendment for the underground storage tank for the 8,000 gallons.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Councilor, I'll recognize first Councilor Churchill, since this is in his committee, then Councilor Denley, and then Councilor Kirby. Councilor
So the
Churchill.
10,000-gallon tanks that are on the ground, how old are they?
Since 2000, they've been replaced in 2006, sir.
Okay, and they're going to stay in the
They're
ground
going
in
to stay in the
place?
ground, they're not moving anywhere.
All
We're
right,
going to
so
be adding the 4th
You
tank.
didn't need the state's permission to have them approved engineeringly because it's already been done, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Anything over 10,000 or more, the state has to approve the tanks.
Yeah, those 10,000 in there are approved, there is a license.
That
for
was
them.
my question.
Yes.
So that, the only new tank is going to be the 8,000-gallon tank.
For the diesel, that's correct, sir.
Okay. The only thing I've done is I've talked to the fire chief briefly about the installation, and right now he has no concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Denley.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. I just want to make sure all the tanks are double walled with an alarm system in case.
That's
there's a
correct,
leak.
and Mr. Marth can confirm that. The current tanks are double-walled alarm, there's sensors in between, there's never been, matter of fact, my understanding, there's never ever been a leak in any double-wall tank.
Okay, all right, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Kirby.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in tonight. In the project, are the tanks or the building changing in terms of, is it the footprint? I know the building is going to be growing, but is the footprint of the lot growing, or?
Well, the footprint of the lot isn't growing, the lot is the lot. We're still working with the city in terms of the footprint of the actual building itself.
Okay.
Those 3 tanks are where the 3 tanks are, and they're not going to move. It's going to be adding the 4th tank
tank.
pursuant to the plan.
Which are over in the ground to the right towards
correct.
where the old, the clam shack was,
That's correct, coming into the front of the store, they're on
on
the
the
right.
right-hand side. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or concerns? Council Church, you all set?
One follow-up.
Yes.
When was the 10,000 gallon tanks tested, the last test date?
I'm sorry, what's?
What was the last test date of the 10,000 gallon
I
tank?
can't answer that question. John, can you answer that, please? Mr. Marth will come up.
Again, if you could just give us your name and address, please. Please. Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, John Marth, project manager with Cumberland Farms. Our policy at Cumberland Farms is we have our tanks tested on a yearly basis by a company called Tanknology. So there's yearly reports that we archive and keep. We're certainly more than willing to provide those if they're useful to the council.
I know they tested yearly. I wanted to know that when was the last, what part of this year were they tested? You don't know?
I'm not sure, sir. I'd have to go back and look.
It's all right. I can ask the fire chief. He'll have that record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Council, if you could just stay for a second. Council Conti.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. It's not often we get the project manager of Cumberland Farms in front of us, so I get to ask any question.
Open.
You're in trouble.
We have 6 different locations. No.
I think it's only 5, but
Okay. Council Conti.
Do you know what the value of a 10,000 gallon tank is installed?
the value of a tank installed, I am not 100% sure. I can tell you on a new project, when we do 2 tanks typically compartmented, the entire installation of that piping and everything, you're talking probably a $200,000 job. So the additional tank on this is probably, the tank itself may be $20,000 to $30,000 plus the labor and the piping and all of that. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for the speaker? Okay. Anything else to add?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Anyone else here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Is there anyone here to speak neither for nor against? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? Hearing none, Councilor Church, does he need to keep this public hearing open?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, thank you. So again, based on testimony, a recommendation of Councilor Churchill, I'm going to declare that public hearing closed. Did you just want to, as you did on the last one, explain what the procedure would be for the gentleman going forward on this item?
Okay. Sir, you don't have to get up. My voice is pretty loud. It'll come to my committee. We'll vote out of committee, then the council as a whole will vote on it, and then you'll be notified that it's passed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sir?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Okay, we have one more public hearing scheduled for this evening, and I would ask Ms. Sharko if she would read the notice for that, please.
Public hearing relative to the following loan order. Ordered that $9,900,000 is appropriated for the construction of a municipal public works equipment and maintenance facility, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and the cost of preparing, issuing, and marketing any bonds or notes in connection therewith. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow $9,900,000 under Chapter 7-3 of Chapter 44 of the Massachusetts General Laws or any other enabling authority. That $100,000 of the amount appropriated shall be allocated to the cost of preparing, issuing, and marketing any such borrowing, provided that any portion of such $100,000 is not needed for such costs of issue may be used for project expenses, and that the mayor is authorized to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out this project.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor?
Yes, Mr. President, members of the council. Mayor was...
He's right there.
Oh. He
He's
came
right
down.
inside the door.
Then I will defer to the boss.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Kevin Dumas, Mayor of the city, and happy to be able to speak in favor of the project. As you're aware, we were here last week, and we had went over the information in detail. We had the project breakdown that was for the breakdown of the 9.9 million for this facility, which was broken down into the areas predominantly of the bonding expenses the clerk had just read in the loan order, furnitures and fixtures, telecom and computer, the final top coat of the asphalt, the new required DPW radio frequency and system and works, the clerk of the works contract, the construction base bid, the construction add alternates for the sand and salt sheds and salt tent, and for the contingency based upon the base bid and the 2 add alternates that total up to the 9.9 million. We went through the understanding and the description of the fact that we are under very, very tight time constraints. The sooner that we get this project underway, the sooner that we can get the building up and constructed. Also bearing in mind the fact that we do have the lead time that we need for the metal. This is pretty much, it's not a Taj Mahal. This is a 307-foot by 90-foot long building that will fit all of the DPW-related equipment in as a functional replacement, and it's a very important term that we're using because it is just a functional replacement for what we have, and then just adding in the basics for what they don't have. So up-to-date fire suppression systems and the electrical needs, the hoses and things of the hydraulics that Ron Dubuque had spoke to last week when we were here on Tuesday, and some of the requirements that are to wash down the vehicles properly and things of that nature. Separate and distinct for this 9.9 million, which is not included in this 9.9 million, is everything else that has been taken up to the point where the site is ready. And I ask the council to recognize that there's over $3 million just in site construction costs that have already been done on this site. So all the utilities are already brought to the site. So water, sewer, gas, electric, the city's fiber network is already brought to this site. So all of these costs, site lighting is already there. We have the fuel station that's there and ready to be operational, the utility building that's there that houses the generator for the fuel pumps and all the necessary computer equipment. So all of those things, which is a very big lift, and the mechanical gates and the fencing and the signage, that's all there and that's all live already. And that's a big cost that we don't have to incur in this 9.9 million that we're asking the council to be able to go through and approve. But this has to be done for us to hit the road, to begin the ordering of the materials so we can sign an award for the contractor, and then we can have him start the lead time that he's going to need for the time frame to order and get the metal fabricated so it can be brought to the site, and we can get the building up in operation prior to the first snowfall, which we hope is very, very far away.
Just ended.
Oh, and I'm telling you, but we're already planning for the next season, which is part of the difficulty that we have with such a tight project and such tight time constraints that we have here. The current DPW facility will be torn down this summer, which of course will make the way for the completion of Riverfront Drive, and also next spring, a year from now, which would be the creation of the Riverfront Restoration and Riverfront Park. So everything is in lockstep with this project as we've been making our way through, and the importance of the fact that we are working on the plans of what to do in the meantime. It's going to be very tricky for us to be homeless for a little while we go through the transition. We'll be surplusing equipment, things that won't be coming with us. We'll be doing the disposition process prior to building demolition, recycling things as much as we can, which I think is an important mindful thing, that we're not just asking for all new furniture and equipment for the facility. Everything that can be brought with us is being recycled and brought with us. Things that cannot be moved and is going to be part of the building demolition. And also please be mindful that we have now in the $3.96 million MassWork grant that we have for the construction of the road and the park, which is separate. but added to the $806,000 that GATRA has put into that phase of the project as well, that the MassWorks grant for the $3.96 million includes $250,000 for building demolition, which is not in this $9.9 million. So I only point that out because of the over $3 million that's already been put into Lamb Street as a prerequisite, that's all done and tidied up. And the building demolition is not in the 9.9. So this is strictly, it's approximately $300 a square foot for the construction cost of this facility, which also ties in line with the other things that we've been seeing across the board. So the cost that you saw for the animal shelter, and the cost that we'll see for future projects is about that $300 a square foot. If you get into more specialty buildings, I've seen things as high as $400 a square foot, but particularly in this bidding environment that's been close, the two recent projects I can tell you is about $300 a square foot. I think it's actually, if we were specific, I think it was like $292 a square foot or something around that construction dollar amount. But that's what we're running, about $300 a square foot. So, when we look at the cost of public construction, a lot of this has to do with the fact that this has to do with the prevailing wage. If someone in the private sector would be able to do this building, they could do it more inexpensive, less expensive than $9.9 million. But when we're dealing with public procurement laws, it is what it is. So at that dollar amount, these are the bids, and these are the base bids. These are the other fixed costs that we were able to determine with a small level of contingency for the project overall that we felt was a reasonable amount to come in at, which is the $9.9 million. We also discussed last week the fact that this was going to have an impact in fiscal 17, not this upcoming fiscal 16, and that there was debt that was going to be falling off in fiscal 17 that would be able to be replaced with this new debt that would be coming on the books in fiscal 17, even though you're approving the loan authorization to be effective for now. So I think that pretty much I wanted to give you that broad brushstroke again, but speaking, of course, in favor, and I'm open to any questions.
Councilor Kirby.
Thank you, President Cook. Thank you, Mayor, for coming in. We had a chance to speak briefly last week, but I think the time frame is critical. It's going to take a month for the plans to be drawn up for the actual construction plans, for them to be able to make the metal, and then 3 months to make the metal to be able to put this building together, which puts us not into an actual stick building piece until September, which is part of the reason why we've got to go forward with approving now. That every week that you move forward is other buildings may go into that manufacturer trying to, and we want to be able to get high on the list to have this building made. So I thought it was critical that we understand that, it's better to be building in September through November rather than November, December, brushing the snow off in January. So we want to make sure that it's done, which is the push for the time frame now. And I thought that was critical that we talked about that last week.
Absolutely. And I think that's key, and I know that I mentioned it in the very quick overview that I was giving, but the time components of this project, as I said, completely in lockstep. As one thing happens, it directly leads to the next step in the process. And we are going to be homeless for a little while, and I think that that's the important thing that we're also looking at that is not included in this $9.9 million, as that we're looking and trying to be able to plan as best as we can. Where are we going to have some temporary operations? Because the limitations that I put on staff was that we're going to be working within municipal facilities. So if we have to share some space with different people to get through, we're very mindful of that. And I think that a lot of times we do a lot of that behind the scenes work that a lot of people don't get to see that we do. And I think that that's an important piece to this puzzle, because we really do care about taxpayer dollars, and we're not being willy-nilly about being able to just put all these extra things into this. We've actually cut a lot out. And believe me, it would be very great to be able to have some professional modular units temporary to be brought in, some temporary cover to be placed on some of the material and some of the equipment. That's not included in any of this. And we're going to be working feverishly to meet that time frame so we can be able to be at least substantially complete to get the vehicles and things that will temporarily be outside, inside, to be able to have the winter protective cover that's needed, and in order to hit the new snow operations out of that new facility. There will be things that we'll be doing in the meantime to get ready for that, in addition to the temporary housing of where we're going to be. We don't know specifically what that's going to be at this time. We're working through that process now, but we certainly need to be in the new location to run that sand and salt operation because the existing facility will be no more. So we will be getting the fuel station. That we have an order of fuel that will be coming to test the new fuel station and the new equipment. That will be coming down the line over the next several weeks. MIS is working with DPW, Highway Division, as well as the contractor who's in charge of testing the equipment. They'll be getting those things ready, but it all backs into this time frame that we cannot move. We have to hit those goals, and we have to be in this facility. We need the top coat of asphalt on. We need to be able to have the new facility striped properly. We need to have all of the new fuel keys, everyone coming in the gates properly, all the timing, all the computer equipment tested. So, I mean, we are going to be testing everything we can up until that endpoint of when we have to get in. So it is very, very tight. There is no wiggle room. Punch list items at the end is fine, but we need to be substantially complete in the building,
Great.
ASAP.
Thank you.
Councilor Higney?
Thank you. I
You're
think you
welcome.
might have just answered my question, but between the demolition and the new site, and I know we get our salt and the sand delivered, so are you trying to cut down and having to have something delivered and then moved over and just have everything delivered to the new site?
Everything will be delivered to the new site. So we need to have the new salt cover that we're building and the new foundation to support that structure that will hold more than what we currently hold for salt. That will be at the new facility. And so we'll be taking down everything at the existing facility. Whatever we're moving, we'll move over. And then all of the new shipment for the next season will be directly shipped to 101 Lamb Street versus 28 Wall Street. And the existing wooden salt shed wood sand and salt shed that they use for mixture pile, that's going to be demolished as part of the building demolition on the site, so that will not be moved over. You're welcome.
Councilor Denley?
Thank you for coming in, Mayor.
Sure.
Just quick question related to salt sand. I know our add-on bids 1 and 2 are for the salt shed and the salt sand shed. Was there a decision made if it was most economical to stay with these bids, or was the decision made to go out and rebid?
We haven't had any further discussion since we were here last Tuesday.
Okay. Will that affect the loan order in any way?
No, it will not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the mayor? Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else from the administration, Mayor, that's going to talk about this, or
Sir?
just Mr. Jacoby? Okay, thank you.
Jack Jacoby, 15 Prince Street, Chairman of the Municipal Building Commission. We made a fairly extensive presentation last week, and I think almost all of you were here, so I don't want to belabor that. I do want to emphasize what the mayor said, is that December 15th is move-in date, and if there are some punch list items to be done, that's fine. But the contractor knows and the architect knows that December 15th is the move-in date. At the Municipal Building Commission meeting next Wednesday, we'll be discussing the issue of whether to rebid those two buildings or not, in answer to your question, Counselor. But let me quickly say that the building, as the mayor said, 90 by 307. It sits back here next to railroad tracks. We got a 10-foot alley behind it. This is an underground infiltration area, so I don't think that's another building that's paved.
Yeah.
Salt storage and the sand storage, or sand salt together, are here. We could not go any further this way because of the wetlands constraints of the site. We basically used everything on the site. The current level of limited paving is this yellow line. We're actually extending the site out in this area to create some parking over here and some additional storage of materials for DPW. We have organized the thing, I think, pretty well. We have a mezzanine for storage upstairs. This is all vehicle storage. We have the offices and the various functions. It's like welding and sign making, part storage. We spend a lot of time talking to the employees employees about how to arrange their workspace, what areas of their workspace they currently have that work for them and what doesn't work for them, and to find a way to make their workspace more efficient. These are the elevations for the building. That's the front elevation with all the garage doors. That's the back with just a couple of small entrances. There's a garage door on the side so vehicles can actually drive forward in rather than having to back in. And that's the other elevation there. So we feel confident that we have spent the time and designed this appropriately. The building that is being knocked down is 80 years old. We designed this with the idea that it would have to last another 80 years. And so a metal building with a metal roof. The roof, if you take care of it, should last 50, 60 years according to what we've been told by the metal roofing people, as opposed to a shingle roof, which obviously is replaced far more often. So we're happy with the design. We're eager to get going. There was one thing in the paper that I did want to address just to make sure that everybody is all on the same page. I guess there was someone was questioning the amount of the bond and saying that the cost of the building had risen from $8 million to 9.9. And as you can see from what we've given you there, the low bid is $8.8 million. And there may have been some confusion because when we originally opened bids, the apparent low bidder was at $8.1 million. But the Division of Capital Asset Management sets a limit that each bidder can bid up to. That's to keep someone with a pickup truck from bidding on a high school. Mm-hmm. And the apparent low bidder was not an eligible bidder because he had exceeded his DCAM limit, which was $7.7 million. So therefore, we had to reject that bid, and in one sense, it cost us $700,000 because the second bidder was that much higher. But in another sense, it didn't because it was an illusory bid. He was not an eligible bidder, and we are constrained by law to take the lowest eligible and responsible bidder. Mm-hmm. And so therefore, if you're not eligible, we can't accept your bid. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Any further questions on this matter?
Just one comment.
Councilor Bland?
Glad to see it's got a sloped roof.
In New England.
Yeah.
Yes, important. It's very important.
In New England. I'm glad to see that.
And it's sloped towards the railroad track. I'm glad to see that too.
Yes.
But we will have the snow guards up there.
Yeah.
Because when the snow comes down that metal roof, if there's enough snow, it can actually tear gutters off.
Yeah.
Right. So we've designed in to have the snow guard up there so that it will hold the snow just a couple of feet off the gutters, and then it will melt and come down that way, rather than just coming sliding down the roof. And I guess between the weight of the snow and the acceleration that it gets coming down the roof, it can tear the gutters off, and we don't want that.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
for coming in. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Yeah, we're going to address your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Ron Dubuque, 10 Elm Street, Norton, Mass. Here's a project that is dear to my heart, for sure. This has been a project long in coming. We've put an awful lot of work into this, I'm going to say for the past 4 or 5 years, really. It's been that long for us in the planning stages. Mm-hmm. So we've thought hard about it. We had a great team that looked into this facility, the location, and everything that it's going to do for the city and for the DPW. So I think this is a project that not only the administration and the Municipal Building Committee is going to be proud of, but the whole city of Attleboro will be more efficient out of this facility, and we will certainly make everyone proud with this project.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Council Pareka?
Thank you, President
You're
Cook. Ron, thanks for coming in tonight. Thank you for letting me invade your space today and to have a conversation. I wasn't here last week, so I appreciate your comments. I'm happy to hear that it'll be a functional replacement and that there are glaring concerns with the facility that you're in now with ventilation and EPA requirements and all sorts of different things. So I'm glad that those things will be remedied in the new facility. And my hope is that there's a lot of value engineering that takes place with it as well. And we have a little flexibility in that. And I know that the guys down at the DPW, if I may say, will be happy with new radios because they talk about that all the time.
We're finally going to go into the 21st century here. It's a big deal for us. And yes, you're right about things like modern ventilation, which we don't have today. We're going to be actually washing vehicles inside during the wintertime. That's a unbelievable concept for us. So we're going to enjoy, actually working out of this facility and keeping our equipment undercover, clean. We'll get plenty of value out of that too, so that they don't have salt built up on them during the wintertime. So.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Anyone else here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? We can just have your name and address for the record, please?
My name's George Souza. I live at 207 Patterson Street in the heart of the Sports Complex. I'm not opposed to a beautiful building. The original building, I was told, would not fit in that space. Now we've made it fit in that space because the Army land swap through. What I'm concerned about is when you put all those zeros behind the 9.9, it's an awful lot of money. What I'm concerned about is what the mayor already said, is the other projects that are still in the pipeline. This garage, the next project is going to be 160 by 90 feet. That's for the water department. I hate to see what the bill is going to be on that. I understand budgeting. I understand that as you pay off your debt, you can add to it. But that's all and well and good, but you have to pay that debt off also. I'm concerned about the tax rate. I'm concerned about the fees and where all this money is coming from. That's my only objection. I'm sorry I'm a skunk at the lawn party, but here I am.
Thank you. Are there any questions? The speaker. Yes.
Could I have your address again?
207 Patterson.
Thank you.
And did you get the name correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Thank you for coming in. Is there anyone else who to speak in opposition? Anyone else here to speak in opposition? Is there anyone here to speak neither for nor against? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? Hearing none. Council Kirby, do you see any, in terms of this public hearing, do you see any reason to continue this being open?
No, I think we should be closing it.
Okay, thank you. So based on the testimony received this evening, as well as recommendation of Council Kirby, the Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, I'm going to declare that public hearing closed.
Thank you.
And this is a matter that will be brought up later this evening?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about that? Or?
No,
Okay.
no, we're planning to do a committee meeting. That's why we've suspended the rules to discuss this at committee, and then the plan is to discuss it before the full council before the end of the night.
Okay. Thank you. All right. That concludes all of our public hearings for this evening. I want to thank all who participated. We're going on now to a reading of the mayor's communication.
April 21st, 2015. Dear Municipal Council, the City of Attleboro has the automatic fire sprinkler systems tested in municipal buildings annually. As a result of the most recent testing, it was recommended that various repairs be made to 12 different buildings. These repairs were put out to bid, and the lowest bidder was in the amount of $33,591. I am also requesting a 10% project contingency for any unforeseen issues in the amount of $3,359.10. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to appropriate $36,950.10 from undesignated fund balance free cash to citywide sprinkler fire alarm system.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
As you are aware, on November 21st, 2014, your honorable body transferred funds for the replacement of HVAC unit in the Shang Building. All expenses for the replacement of the HVAC unit have been satisfied and no longer require funding. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $5,581 from citywide improvement to HVAC to citywide reserve fund for transfer. Upon approval, the available balance in the reserve fund for transfer will be $32,290.77.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
The City of Attleboro has been notified of its FY 2016 apportionment of the Chapter 90 Local Transportation Fund in the amount of $1,205,359. Therefore, I respectfully request your honorable body to appropriate $1,205,359 and any other future grant amendments into Fund 3106, Chapter 90 projects, for the purpose of funding Chapter 90 eligible projects as approved by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation. There are copies in your packets.
Public Works Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Attleboro Public Schools Director of Finance, Mark Furtado, regarding the 60-month lease with ACT Leasing, Inc. for 8 Ford Transit vans in the Transportation Department in accordance with Mass General Law. I'm getting you. Sorry. Chapter 30B. No, I have something. Section 12, subsection B, any contract exceeding 36 months must be authorized by the local government body. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to approve this 60-month lease. There are copies in your packet.
Budget and Appropriations Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Attleboro Public Schools Director of Finance, Mark Furtado, regarding the 60-month lease with Canon USA for digital equipment for the Graphic Arts Department in CTE. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, Section 12, subsection B, any contract exceeding 36 months must be authorized by the local government body. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to approve this 60-month lease. There are copies in your packet.
Budget and Appropriations Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Attleboro Public Schools Director of Finance, Mark Furtado, requesting the exercise of the first option year to H.L. Bloom transportation contract that was initially entered into on July 1st, 2012, and was approved at the March 17th, 2015 school committee meeting. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to approve the first option year in this contract. There are copies in your packets.
Budget and Appropriations Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Legal Secretary Allison Wood regarding surplus items that the Water Department would like to declare surplus, and hereby respectfully request your honorable body to declare the following as surplus and available for disposition. There are copies in your packet. 240 water meters used. 1 Orion Star Bench Top pH fluoride multimeter no longer works. 1 Simplex consecutive time clock no longer works.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
I respectfully request that the municipal council hold a public hearing pursuant to section 16-2.2 of the revised ordinances after notice to abutters to lay out Riverfront Drive as a public way and accept said way and any related drainage, water or sewer facilities or easements pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 82, Section 2, and Section 16-2.1 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro. All as shown on plan and profile entitled Riverfront Drive, Attleboro, Mass. Acceptance plan and profile bought by Horsley Witten Group, dated 4/10/2015. Scale 1 inch equals 40 feet. Which plan and profile have been deemed satisfactory to the Superintendent of Public Works. As part of such layout and acceptance, I respectfully request your municipal council vote to accept a deed from the Attleboro Redevelopment Authority conveying to the City of Attleboro in fee in fee in the land on which Riverfront Drive is located. I respectfully request the municipal council to vote on these matters at its meeting on May 5th, 2015.
Public Works Committee, please. Council Blair, this matter requires a public hearing, as just heard. Would you like to call for a public hearing on May 5th?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. The motion's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. That hearing will be on the 5th. Thank you.
I respectfully submit a communication from Police Chief Kyle P. Hegney regarding the need for funding for uniforms. This contractual obligation was mentioned in the memorandum from personnel regarding the contract settlement and ratification. However, the funding needed for this portion was inadvertently omitted. Therefore, I respectfully request your honorable body to transfer $8,690 to police uniforms account from the citywide reserve fund for transfer account. There are copies in your packet.
Public Safety and Emergency Management Committee, please.
And it is signed sincerely, Kevin J. Dumas, Mayor.
Thank you. And the other communications?
I have a recommendation from the Attleboro Planning Board, voting in the affirmative, that the loan order for $9,900,000 is appropriated for the construction of the municipal public works equipment and maintenance facility is consistent with Section 6F, Central Business District, Goal 10, Policy 1, Policy 2, Policy 4, Policy 6, and Policy 12, as well as with Section 6J, Municipal Facilities, Goal 16, Policy 1 of the city's comprehensive plan.
Budget and Appropriations Committee, please.
I have an application for a 2015 renewal hawkers and peddlers license to sell ice cream and frozen lemonade from Ron Palagi Brothers Ice Cream, 28 Delta Drive, Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
License Committee, please.
I have an application for a 2015 renewal Ring a Bell license from Ron Palagi Brothers Ice Cream, 28 Delta Drive, Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
License Committee, please.
I have an I have an application for a 2015 renewal Hackney Carriage Driver's License from Peter Andrew Sorrell, 255 Elm Street, Apartment 2, North Attleboro, Mass.
License Committee, please.
I have an application for a 2015 new Hackney Carriage Driver's License from Timothy George Theodorides, 2340 Cedar Street, Dayton, Mass.
License Committee, please.
And finally, I have a petition from National Grid and Verizon 280 Melrose Street, Providence, Rhode Island, to relocate pole number 6710, 26 feet plus or minus southeast to accommodate the proposed roadway entrance to the new Riverfront Drive on Olive Street.
Public Works Committee, please.
That doesn't require.
No, that does not require a public hearing.
Yeah, thank you, Frank.
Okay.
And that's all I have this evening.
Thank you. So I'm going to entertain a motion to go into the Committee of the Whole.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We're now on the Committee of the Whole. If there's anyone who has information or business to bring to the attention of the City Council, now would be the appropriate time. Good evening. If you can just have your name and address for the record, please.
Mark Hanscom, 141 North Main. I just got a question about, I heard you people are doing a light study for the traffic lights uptown or something? Why is there a study being done when if the police department would do their job and keep people from driving through? The light is green, but you can't pull through because the cars are already through the intersection. The law states that you cannot drive through an intersection unless you can clear it. You would get rid of a lot of problems if you would just start ticketing people for blocking intersections. That is all over the town. During Christmas time, Cumming Street, you can't pull into it or get out of it because they're blocking the roads. So if you just go and start doing the law and start ticketing people, it would cause a lot of the traffic problems to disappear.
Councilman Blair?
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate you coming. I know it's sometimes tough to get in front of that podium, but, you know, I appreciate it. On behalf of the police department, I know they're trying their best to do this do what you're asking. And secondly, we have to update the particular lights that we're talking about. They need to be readjusted and programmed and some work done on them. So what you're asking is in addition to this, and
Right.
I appreciate you coming in tonight and bringing your thoughts to the attention of the council, and I will personally further that to the police chief and
Yeah, I mean, you
pick
go
'em up
uptown, I've even got pictures on the phone where the light is green, the cars can't move because there's cars in the intersection.
in answer to that, hopefully this study will redirect the traffic somewhat in the timing, and that we don't run into that. I've been caught out in that thing myself, and believe me, it wasn't on purpose.
And then I do have one more thing. As far as wear and tear on police vehicles and waste of gas, you have 4 or 5 officers leaving the Attleboro station, going maybe 3 or 4 blocks down the road, all 3 to 5 cruises, full speed. They go there for basically somebody yelling and screaming, instead of one officer, 2 or 3 officers in one car, saving gas and all that. They go screaming down the road, so you got 5 cruisers screaming down the road instead of 1 or 2. You're wasting the gas. They get done, and then they all stand there for a few minutes, and then they all come back to the police station.
Well,
You know, that's a waste of gas, it's a waste of the cars. They can all get into, 2 or 3 officers can get into one vehicle and go down and do some of that stuff.
Council Blair?
There's no reason for that many officers to be going that fast.
I hate the speed, I think, is reasonable to get to an emergency.
Well,
They don't, one second, sir. They don't always know what the incident is when they're getting there. An officer's assigned to a police cruiser to go to a certain district, patrol a certain area. That's their cruiser. It's protocol, it's how it's set up, and it's set up to protect the general public the best that we can. And it does, I leave that up to the administration over at the police department. They know how to run it. But as far as getting in single cruisers, you could end up there with not the right equipment, you could end up there. Sometimes it is just an argument, and probably you only need one, but there's always that case that argument between the 2 people could involve a deadly weapon. I don't think
The first cruiser, maybe the second cruiser on scene would be going at a speed, but the 3rd, 4th cruisers, I mean, the first person on scene could say, yeah, I need help, yeah, then more can go at speed. Other than that, you've got 5 cruisers going 2 or 3 blocks down the road.
Well,
full speed, and then all 5 of them drive back.
One second, sir. I'm not here to criticize the police department and how it's run. Do you have an education in law enforcement?
An education in law enforcement, no.
Okay, then we employ the best people possible to protect the city of Attleboro, and I personally think they're doing a great job, and I wouldn't be one to question how they do it. And
I'm just questioning the use of the vehicles. It's the same thing with having one person in a vehicle. They turn around and tell everybody you cannot use a cell phone while you're driving. You've got one officer in the vehicle, he's using the computer, he's using his cell phone, he's driving. I have seen these same officers come up to a stop sign, look to the left, never look right, and keep on going, because they're too interested on their cell phone talking. You know, there is safety in having 2 officers in a cruiser rather than 1.
If it appeals to you, I have a meeting scheduled with the police chief this week on a matter that I think is important. I will, at that time, address your concerns to him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Churchill?
Sir, don't run away.
Sir, just wait. Councilor Churchill?
How do you do? I'm going to revert back to my life when I was a police officer. And we used to have 2 men in a cruiser. And to answer your first question, that change came about because they were trying to have more cruisers on the street. But even back then, when we had a domestic, 2 cruisers went, so there was 4 police officers. I think, and I'm not excusing anything, I'm just saying to you that anything that has to do with the domestic, there has to be a backup. And I think every incident, you won't see 3 cruisers going, but there's always gonna be at least 2. As far as the speed, I mean, they're subject to their own rules and regulations as far as Chapter 90 goes in the state. And if you have a complaint about that, that's one thing, but I think as far as wasting gas, I think it's better than losing a police officer. And I think,
It's the wear and tear on the vehicles, and like I said, there's 5 of them going, the first one shows up on scene, and then 4 minutes later, the other ones show up.
so unless you
At high
don't,
speed,
I understand what you're saying, but unless you know what the call is about, you can't predispose what they're doing.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is the first officer is on scene. He's there, he sees what's going on.
what you're saying.
And then within 5 minutes
What if when he
later,
gets there, they need 2 or 3 officers and not just one, and you have to wait for somebody? I think that decision's made when they respond to cruisers, and that decision's made by the officer in charge of the shift, and that's the person who makes that decision, not the guys that are sitting in the cruiser. And if they said, send 3 cars go.
right.
And the one I was on,
can
whatever
understand
they
that.
said, go, went. And I
can
don't think they
understand
make that
if they're
decision, let's
spread
all
out
go.
across the town. I'm talking about them all leaving from the police station, getting into 4 or 5 different cars.
I think you'll find when they leave from the police station, they're probably coming from roll call, because most of the time, they're on the road. And the whole idea of having one guy in a cruiser is to have more cars visible so the public can see the cars. Most of their job is prevention,
Right.
stopping things from happening. Well, by having more cruisers on the road, that increases the prevention probability.
Right, these people are all coming from the station, there'd be
In that
2
particular
or 3
incident, I would
detectives,
venture to
2 or
guess they were
3
coming from roll
cruisers.
call. Or they were in doing reports, and the report came in, and the sergeant said, you 3 guys go. But like Councilor Blair said, he'll figure it out.
Right,
But
I mean-
every incident can't be like that, because I've been around the city a long time, and I haven't seen that often.
I mean, it happened right in front of where I was living. They had these guys coming, flying down the road. The last cruiser that came was a detective. You already had 4 cruisers that had been there for 4 or 5 minutes, and this guy come flying down the road, hit the sign in the middle of the stop walk that was saying don't, for the crosswalk that's in the middle of the road, hit that, and went off and hit a pole. For nothing.
Well, I don't think it was for nothing. I
It was
think
for nothing,
He was
because like I
probably
said,
going
he
too
was the
fast,
last
but
man there.
That's not the issue you brought up, sir. You asked why do they have so many guys, one guy in a cruiser, and I'm trying to answer that
One guy in
question.
a cruiser coming from a police station, and 2 or 3 detectives, all in their own cars. I mean, it's just a waste of cars. You can, a detective car has, it's basically a car. There's no metal screening between the seats or anything else. It's easy to fit 2 or 3 detectives in that car to go to that scene.
You're not gonna see,
Especially if
you're not
it's
gonna see more than one guy in a car. I can tell you that. That's a policy throughout the state. Even the state police who drive at night on the highway by themselves only have one guy in a car. That policy's been accepted for over 25 years. And I don't think that's gonna change. I think it's about visibility.
It's about visibility, but that's also, like I said, you've got people talking on phones. How can an officer talk on his phone, look at the computer, and drive the car at the same time?
He
That's a
probably
danger.
has to.
But that's a danger. They turn around and giving people tickets for talking on phones, yet the officer can.
I realize that, sir. Their job is dangerous, and a lot of things they do is dangerous. I don't disagree.
Right,
And
well,
maybe that's one of them, but if they have to, they
Safety-wise-
have to.
Safety-wise, they should have another officer in the car.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Hagman?
Hi, excuse me. Hi, thank you. I just want to say thank you for coming in. Obviously, you do have, and that's why we do have the open forum, just as everyone has a particular issue, so you are voicing your opinion.
So, and I'm not gonna go on and back and forth with what they
Right.
do over there, but one thing that you did bring up is good, is you do take pictures. Because if there's anything going on, if you do see something, if, they call it blocking the box, 'cause that's a pet peeve of mine also, so I understand
Right,
what you're
blocking
saying.
the roadways.
So just continue and take your pictures, and if you can get a license plate, maybe. The police chief encourages that, because I've had issues with that, and they always say word of mouth, but picture says 1,000 words. But thank you for coming in and voicing your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to have a matter to bring to the attention of the city? Anybody else? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to arrive.
Second.
Thank you. The motion is in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion passes. At this point, I'm going to entertain a motion in a moment for recess for that committee meeting, and also I need some more of the motion signed and passed on to me. So I will entertain a motion for a, I'm going to give more than 5 minutes, because I don't know how long that's going to take. So, I'm going to entertain a motion, I'm not going to put a time frame on it, because I'm not sure how long the committee meeting is going to take. But then when the committee meeting is over, let's try to come back within 5 minutes of that, to get anything else signed, so we can move to the committee report. Okay? So I'd entertain a motion for a recess.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We're in recess at 8:18.
You want to do a couple minutes before I start?
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Cook is my committee, so.
All right. So we're
I don't
gonna
have any
proceed.
committee members.
We're gonna
I was
proceed.
looking at a building in Taunton.
Do you want to just switch over here? Or?
Yeah. Do you want to do it right now, or do you want to?
Mr. Blair asked that we wait a couple minutes.
And I will give you public safety and emergency management. Yep.
You're all set.
Because the others are going to try to exception.
I gotta shut my
Hold on, I just got a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's do that.
I'm gonna do my committee meeting from my seat.
Okay.
Thank you. Call budget appropriations to order at 8:28. Mr. Cook is my committee this evening, so that's why we didn't switch seats. Didn't seem to make any sense to me. My other committee members are not available to be here this evening. From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I entertain a motion to adopt the following loan order. Ordered that $9,900,000 is appropriated for the construction of a municipal public works equipment and maintenance facility, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and the costs of preparing, issuing, and marketing any bonds or notes in connection therewith. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow $9,900,000 under Section 7, subsection 3 of Chapter 44 of the Massachusetts General Laws, or any other enabling authority. That $100,000 of the amount appropriated shall be allocated to the cost of preparing, issuing, and marketing any such borrowing, provided that any portion of such $100,000 not needed for such costs of issue may be used for project expenses, and that the mayor is authorized to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out this project.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. So, for the past 2 weeks, we've heard about the building of this project. We have already put forward substantial funds in the preparation of this, and these funds that would begin to hit the budget in 2017 are needed for just the construction of basically a football field size building. If you think it's 307 feet long, which is just a little longer than a football field, 90 feet wide, which is pretty close to the width of a football field, that's the size of a metal building that we're building. It's being built on the site where an old factory once stood and burned down. It was thoroughly cleaned. It was significantly cleaned a number of years ago through brownfields efforts. So now this site now comes back to life. It is the geographic center of the city, rather than moving something down to the Pond Street area, as has been discussed. Yeah, it's a significant amount of money, but it's necessary to move this department into the 21st century. The structures, one of the buildings that they use for the DPW down there, or at least storage, was the old police station. I mean, how many times are we going to regenerate these old buildings? We really need a new structure. And I do believe that they went out and tried to find the most cost-effective structure that could be built for this site. So I encourage my colleagues to vote for this, to authorize that this is in the best interest of the city. It received full support of the planning board, and that concludes my comments. Are there any comments? Mr. Denley.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think that while this number is large and it's kind of striking, it's a very crucial and important part in the city's revitalization. You can almost see this project coming 10 years back. Mm-hmm. And it's like when all the dominoes go in effect and you just put your hand in there and you stop it. That would be what would happen if we did not pass this tonight. Mm-hmm. This enables the Riverwalk Park. This enables the revitalization of the old DPW, which is insufficient to say the least. Gives us a new structure that will be able to support the city that Attleboro has become. Mm-hmm. And this is part of the progress which many of us ran our elections on and are hoping to do and want to do, and this is why we're sitting around this horseshoe right now, is to see these vital improvements to the city just like this. We're in a good position. We have great money managers. We have debt falling off. That's not to say this is free, but this is something that's needed to help continue the progress of the city moving forward into the 21st century. And I will be supporting this. I see it as really important to not just any ward, to the whole city. I see this as something that the city of Attleboro needs and the city of Attleboro is ready for, and I will be supporting this tonight.
Thank you. So, Mr. Blair?
Well, I've been involved in the DPW for the last 16 years, and I've been an advocate of a city garage that could facilitate much more than it does. I congratulate the guys that work down there because they do a great job in an inadequate facility. This, I believe, I've been involved in. Like I said, it might not be in my committee, but I've been thoroughly involved with it because it is a DPW project, I feel. They've done a great job. There's not a lot of frills down there, believe me, in this new building, and it is functional. They put a lot of time in, a lot of effort with the employees, what they think they need, how they can better operate. It's been a well-thought-out building. Mr. Dubuque has done a great job, you know, with the general planning. And it's something that Mr. Dunley brings out. In order to proceed with the progress we've made, we need to give them the tools to do it. And this will help give the DPW the tools to do their job. And they do a great job. Believe me, they do a great job with the crew they got. But it'll give them the advantage of doing it better, easier, safer. I mean, I could go on and on. But I honestly think this is a good plan. I've watched it. I've made comments. We've made some adjustments. And I think it's a great plan. It is a big dollar item, but and necessary for the progress of this city that we give the city employees, no matter what department there are, the tools to do their job well. And I think this will add to DPW's efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hegney, then Mrs. Parika?
Thank you very much. I know we definitely need, just a couple things too, I know we definitely need the building, and I know when we see the price tag, it's kind of, and being a lifelong resident of Attleboro, I know Mr. Churchill's been here even longer, but some of these things are well overdue. And there's still so much more to do in the city, and it's not, you look at the price tag and you think, well, what the heck, what else is being added on and stuff, and as they said, it's the prevailing wage. There's so many other things that go into it also, and we don't always want to sign our names to the check for the price tag, but we do need the building. And one other thing too is I was very pleased to hear that they went right to the laborers and the workers to see the needs too for the efficiency, because that will also help with their workload to do that. And also I believe our bond rating is even better position. We got a little increase there, so we are lucky that the things that go into the bond rating is one of the things is the capital improvements of the buildings and everything else in the city. So we do have a rather well rating, I believe. What is it to get A plus or A?
A plus rating.
I believe it's an A plus. So that's also a great benefit too with our treasurer, because she'll be able to look at things. And it's the 20 years, which does stretch it a little bit more. So I think looking at more of an amortization of the debt. And I'm not always one to say we're getting rid of debt, so let's add more debt. That's not something that's that I look at either, is because you really want to keep off the debt. But I think having the 20 years is more conservative, looking at the 80 years of the building.
Yeah.
So I'm going to support this. I think it is well overdue. I grew up as a kid going down to the old building, and like I'm not going to speak for you, but what you said is you've seen the building yourself, so a couple minutes ago. So that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Hegney. Mrs. Parika, then Mr. Churchill. Ms. Parika?
Thank you, Chairman. I apologize for not being here for I did watch it on AACS this week, and I think that, you know, as Councilor Denley has said, you know, the sticker shock, it's shocking. Nobody wants to write a check for, you know, almost $10 million. Nobody wants to do that, and I understand and I sympathize with fiscal conservatives in our community who are like, are you kidding me? That's so much money for a metal building. And I think, but you know, we don't really have any other option. This is, the building needs to be built. We cannot, even if we stopped the dominoes and stayed right where we are, that building is no longer functional either for what is necessary. I'm very I've attended a few of the municipal building commission meetings, and they talk about how they've learned different things through other buildings projects, and I'm hopeful that some of the things that they've learned through maybe some trial and error during other projects will now be able to be implemented and avoided during this particular building project. I think that we'll all be keeping an eagle eye watching and making sure that they're doing everything that they're supposed to be doing. And I think the price tag for $124,520 for a clerk of the works, he should be worth, or he or she, should be worth every single penny to make sure that everything is cared for properly and that we're value engineering when we have the opportunity to do so. And to keep a watchful eye on the future projects. That's, one of the comments that Mr. Souza brought up is, there are other projects coming down the pike too, which that we're concerned about. So as long as we're all in agreement that yes, it needs to be done, nobody wants to write the check, we have no other option, and that we are all dedicated to make sure that we're watching how it's being done, then I'm fully in support.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will support this too, but I do agree with Mr. Souza. I think there's going to be a financial reckoning in the city. I don't think there's any way around it. In 1999, a brand new building was $285 a square foot. It's now $300. That's not out of whack. We can argue all day whether it's a Taj Mahal or not. I agree with my fellow councilors that whether the dominoes continue to fall or not is not the issue here. The issue is the public works garages. It was old 43 years ago. It's old now, and we're spending good money off the bat. I don't think we have a choice. And it is a high price tag, but we don't have a choice. It seems that government exists to exist.
I'll forget where the money comes from.
All set, Mr. Churchill?
I am fine, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Conti.
Yes, I guess I have some issues with some of the things that have been said, but this building is being put in front of us as a result of a grander plan, of which this is just a component, and that plan has mandated that this building is going to take place. There's been no management decision to look for any kind of alternative to this while that plan was being developed. It was always the intent when this plan, the urban renewal plan, was developed, it'd be a new DPW building. I don't have a problem with a new DPW building. The last one we had, being 80 years old, it served its purpose. And new environmental constraints on the Department of Public Works mandate new construction to be able to accommodate those mandates. I'd like to address Mr. Souza's concern, though, because I think he's slightly misunderstanding the city finances. And I know that there's a lot in the newspaper with North Attleboro and other towns, Rehoboth Seekonk, having issues. Attleboro doesn't have those issues. Attleboro is in a joyful position of having sustained new growth to our levy. And I don't think people understand what that does for the strength of a city. You do, because you're the Budget and Appropriation Committee Chairman. Mr. Souza's missing the fact that each year, everybody who puts on an addition to their house or new windows in their house, well, not new windows, but builds a house, buys a new house, brings a business into town, or as a perfect example, a sports complex, $25 million sports complex, that'll pay probably $750,000 in taxes a year. It does a lot for the levy to give us a pool of money to be able to afford $500,000 a year for 20 years for a DPW yard. The growth of the city is what makes us in an enviable position where we can afford to bond this $9 million project and a $5 million DPW yard, if that's what it's going to be, and a $3 million dog shelter, and because the levy, the growth, the city is growing. Not because taxes are going up, but because the money is there through the budget process. And I know a lot of people don't understand that. So I don't see this as being an issue where counselors are being spendthrifts buying a new DPW yard that's been in the planning for 15 years because the money's there to buy it. I see the money's there to buy it. And I see the money's there to buy other things, and I see the growth coming into the cities. It's hidden. When Firestone built that $1 million building on Route 1, Mayfair Plaza, across from May Street, the new plaza that's going when they fix the rocks, all the way down to, they've cleared the land now at the corner. There's a lot of money there that's coming into our tax base that is not going to cause the residential tax rate to go up because there's more. And so I think it's important that the public knows that. I think Mr. Souza did not know that. And I think people are concerned about the council spending a lot of money for capital improvements. Don't understand that. And I think that when there's money to be spent on capital improvements is where it should be spent. Now, I have a bias. I'm the capital improvements chairman. But the stuff that you buy in capital improvements sticks around for a very long period of time. And it serves the public. It's not capricious, arbitrary, and whimsical. This is the fabric of the city. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. Mr. Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to go back a little bit further because this, as has already been said, this has been on the table in the works, in the planning processes, from part of a project to part of a project to part of a project. My memory takes me back to when the intermodal center was first proposed on the other side of the railroad tracks. And and then when the Lamb Street property was cleaned up due to the city taking it over for lack of payment of the taxes, so it didn't cost the city anything to begin with. The EPA and the federal EPA and the DEP got together. We've used grants, both federal and state grants, in more than one location through this whole project up to the point where it's gone as far as it has right now. We continue for capital improvements or for regular budget items that are more pricey. We continue not just to bond, but to pay cash for some things, to bundle things together. We don't usually add debt unless we have debt coming off. So the way that the money is managed from the administration through us and to the public, there are so many checks and balances that have worked and and continue to work, that it brings us to this point of where the idea originated was because the high-speed rail was coming in, and we expected the mostly vacant at the time MBTA parking lot to be empty unless the rail system took off, and it did. And so what would happen is every time a train would come in or leave, the downtown area, the one way in and out of that parking lot would congest all of the traffic on all the surrounding roadways. So the idea was come up that, well, if we use that section of roadway that is now part of the public works yard and we extend that over to Olive Street, we'll be able to reroute that traffic. We won't have to come downtown in order to just get to County Street. And in between that happening, the Olive Street Bridge was rebuilt. The Thatcher Street Bridge was rebuilt. Other bridges in other directions around the downtown and beyond the downtown were rebuilt.
Veterans Bridge.
Yeah, so, I mean, all of these things in the planning stages have come to fruition and has brought us to the point that we are now. And this is just that one more step that brings us closer to eventually bringing the downtown back to some level of the value that it had 30 years ago when it was a thriving downtown. Difference now is that we're not going to have as many businesses. It's going to be more residential, but we're still going to have bustling people down there all the time. Like we did when the factories used to give everybody an hour for lunch, and everybody came downtown and did everything they needed to do then. Well, times have changed, and this community has changed along with the times, and this is the kind of project, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say something for the good work of the ARA. Most all of the property that we have been able to develop on has come through the leadership of former Mayor Robbins, Mayor Dumas, and the members of the current ARA to take property that was contaminated, to get the grants, to be able to clean that contamination out of there so that it was developable land. And so that land had value again, which it didn't have previously because it was so contaminated. So I think all of the different parts of government, in my observation anyway, that we have in the city have all worked together in this piece or that piece to collectively come together and say, wow, look what we've done, and we're moving forward more. And when this part of it gets done, then we'll move on to the next part of it. And I think the more people see the end result of all of the effort, all of the work that goes into the planning stages and the acquisition stages and the payment stages, the grant stages, all of these things, when they see it come to fruition, they actually see something tangible. Then I think that's when you get them convinced that it was all worth it.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we are with this particular project, and I'm going to be supporting it, obviously. We've come a long way, and the ARA has really led the way with being able to give us the opportunity to work with property that otherwise we would have never been able to develop at all. And we wouldn't have been able to have these options that we have been working with for the past few years.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Everyone's had a chance to share, and I appreciate everyone having their 2 cents worth on this. Mr. Cook, you all set?
No, the other thing I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, was just that, that a lot of the points have already been stated that I was going to mention. I think one of the things that sometimes when we hear this a lot about the cost of these things, it's, as was mentioned tonight, and as you know from the Animal Shelter Project, Council Blair has been really against, I think, for his entire time of the council, not being the, if an individual person was to go out and build something like this, the cost would be a lot less. But you run into the prevailing wage laws, public procurement laws, that drive the cost of it up. But another point that Mr. Connie made in terms of the impact, I thought was well stated by the way of explaining what was going on and where these funds were coming from. And it's interesting, if the swap arrangement had worked out, we would not be really in this particular situation, but that was unfortunate that could not be worked out. But again, we all know the limitations of the current facility. There are environmental concerns down there, and the building has served its purpose very well. But as was also mentioned, it's long past time for that to be updated. And this project, I think that when you look at the work that the building commission has done, it's been, as Ron Dubuque had mentioned tonight, there's been a lot of thought put into this over the last 4 or 5 years in terms of what we need, where it's going to be. And we've looked at different alternatives. Ideally, the swap would have worked very, very well. But also as part of the bigger picture of the revitalization. So I too will be supporting it. But again, a lot of these other concerns have been raised, the things that we've dealt with and we continue to look at to make sure that the money is being spent well. Thank you.
Again, thank you all for sharing. While the committee is going to vote, you know that we'll be bringing this forward for a full vote later on tonight. So I'm gonna, unless there's any other comments from any of the councils, I'll move for a vote. Mr. Cook, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-0. That's the business for budget and appropriations this evening. I call to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned at 8:53. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Thibodeau. 8:53. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Is there anybody else, before we go back to regular meeting, anybody else need a break or need to get things signed to me? At that point?
Get a long break.
We did a little break. 8:18 to 8:53, so if Ms. Harker is there, if she could come back, we'll call the meeting back to order.
Oh, no!
You are the next contestant.
All right.
There's a joke there.
What?
There's a joke there.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, there's a couple. Thank you, Ms. Brady.
Okay. Call the council meeting back to order at 8:53. And we have a few more things left on our agenda for this evening. Before we begin the community reports, I just want to mention that item number 5 on the mayor's communication, I'm reassigning to City Property and Claims Committee.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll begin the community reports with Councilor Denley, please.
Thank you, President Cook, reporting for the Committee on Ordinances, Elections, and Legislative Matters. We have no business tonight, however, I'd like to call for committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for licenses, I have two motions this evening. On the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move to approve the request of the VFW Post 115, 122 Park Street, Attleboro, Mass. for permission to hold an annual poppy drive on Saturday, May 9th, with a rain date of Saturday, May 16th.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
Annual agenda happens every year. It's for the benefit of the VFW on Park Street and veterans, and I have no concerns.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
From the docket of April 7th, 2015, I move to approve the application for a new 215 Class 2 auto license from the State Line Auto Brokers, Inc., 1115 Washington Street, Attleboro, Mass., for 6 customer parking spaces and 42 display spaces, 55 storage spaces on Westminster Street, Plot 3, Lot 66, with the following condition: that entrance and egress is in accordance with the plan that was submitted.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments?
We had a public hearing on this. I've been to that facility several times, and other than the one individual who came up before this honorable body and expressed his concerns, which after talking to him at the location, I think he understands what we're trying to do here. I think we should approve this.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Councilor Parika.
I just have a question for you, Councilor Churchill. When the individual was here, when we were looking at the map, there was a specific, hold on. I'm so sorry. I was just curious if, when he was here, and he was very concerned about the street usage, he wanted to ensure that when they're transporting their vehicles from this location to this location, that they specifically use Turner. So I didn't know if we should make an amendment to that, just stating that specifically.
The person that was concerned has a piece of property himself right there, and he uses that property also.
I understand. The concern, if I may, I'm sorry, the concern was that these are, unregistered, uninsured vehicles that he's been.
The agreement with the city is that he used Westminster Street.
Westminster Street to Turner, because this is where he would utilize it. Okay, so I guess I was just curious, where we have the asterisk, it says the entrance and egress in accordance with the plan. I didn't know if we want to be very specific and list the streets.
I don't follow your thinking. What are we doing that's not kosher?
I would like it, actually, if I could make amendment to the motion and just specifically state that the entrance and egress in accordance with the plans that was submitted utilizing Westminster Avenue and Turner Street specifically. Potentially. Because they'll be using.
Do you think that clarifies it more?
Well, there's a motion on the point of order. There's a motion on the
I was just to
floor.
say, is there a second before we have any discussion? Is there a second? No, you can't second. You just made the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. All right. Do you want to explain further, or do you have?
If you would like me to explain it, a little bit further. When the individual that spoke, neither for nor against, I believe that's how he spoke, he was very concerned because when transporting vehicles from this location to this location, they've utilized going out Westminster and around onto Washington Street. And that was his major issue of concern and his strongest point of reservation. And I specifically asked him, if we approve the application, if we specifically state the utilization of Turner Street, if that would make him more comfortable, he said yes. There's been, when this gentleman is receiving a delivery, I'm fully in support of granting him the permit, but when he's receiving a delivery, this street tends to be closed a couple times a week, and they bring it around onto Washington Street, which he has a concern with. It's at your discretion. This is just what was.
There is a gate opposite the old state line scrap. There was a gate on the other side of that lottery building, which would access Westminster Street.
Okay. Right here. Okay.
Obviously, he has to put dealer plates on the vehicles to move them, so I don't see why Washington Street would be any concern. It's still covered.
Okay.
He would have dealer plates anyway, right?
Yeah, he can't move the car
he'd
without a
have-
dealer. He can't go on any public way without a dealer plate.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not that he's gonna be doing something that's gonna be hazardous to
Get
the
in trouble
public.
for that.
For that, and but again, it was just, I'm solely advocating for the individual that came to speak in opposition, and this is what made him more comfortable.
What if we have a snowstorm and he wants to come out the back as his plow and he goes around with a dealer plate? He can't because we said Westminster Street?
Right.
There are several ways out of that parking lot.
Can't do
that. And I don't think we should restrict them to just.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
Do you
get
want-
it.
you wanna
I
keep
just
the
think that
second?
we're asking for trouble by making, the guy's gonna come up and say, he didn't use that street.
I'll withdraw my second.
That's
Can
fine.
you withdraw the motion?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
We needed to have the conversation, so thank you.
Well, she wasn't here, so.
Okay, the motion's withdrawn, so we're back to the motion as originally presented. Are there any additional comments or questions on that item? Council Conley?
Yes, I think Council Perkins' comments are typically included into the site plan when the site plan is developed, so that when it comes to the council, such a restriction would be in the site plan. But the council does have the right to be able to impose conditions on top of the site plan. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear in my mind.
I don't think that's the will of the council at the moment. Are there any other concerns or questions on this?
Nope.
Any questions over there?
Nope.
Okay. All right, if there are, this matter requires a voice vote. If there are no other comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I have, and I request a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Council Conley?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for capital improvements and capital improvements city development committee. We are encouraging the public to comment on the community development block grant program. They have until May 8th. And the capital improvements committee will be addressing their vote next week, April 28th. So this council on May 5th, it'll be before you to approve the community development block grant program for program year 2015. But beyond that, we have no business to bring before the council, and we look forward to our April 28th meeting.
Thank you. And before I recognize Council Kirby, would you like to call for a zoning and land use meeting next week on behalf of Council Lake? Council Conley?
Oh,
You're-
yes.
You're the only remaining member that
The
can
only
vote.
one here, yes, okay, yes.
I don't think
Like
anything-
Brian.
I don't think there's anything in this committee at the moment, but just in case something was to materialize.
That's why it wasn't on my radar. There's
Right.
really nothing hot going on, but
Right.
let's call for a meeting.
Okay, thank you. Doesn't have to have it posted. Thank you. Council Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for budget and appropriations from the docket of April 21st, 2015. I move to approve the following loan order. Ordered that $9,900,000 is appropriated for the construction of a municipal public works equipment and maintenance facility, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and the cost of preparing, issuing, and marketing any bonds or notes in connection therewith. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow $9,900,000 under Section 7, subsection 3 of Chapter 44 of the Massachusetts General Laws or any other enabling authority. That $100,000 of the amount appropriated shall be allocated to the costs of preparing, issuing, and marketing any such borrowing, provided that any such portion of such $100,000 not needed for such costs of issue may be used for project expenses, and that the mayor is authorized to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out this project.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments?
Mr. President, we all had a great opportunity for about 20 minutes to, and we all had an opportunity to share on this. I appreciate, again, my colleagues' openness and sharing on the need for this project to move forward. I do encourage my colleagues to continue to support this, and that concludes my comments for tonight.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a roll call vote. It also requires a 2/3 vote for passage. And the vote will begin with Council Hegney, please.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That concludes the business for budget appropriations for this evening, but I'll ask for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Council Blair, and I don't have a copy of your motion.
Yes, you
You do?
No, you don't.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not losing my mind. Thank you.
Oh, well, I thought it was ahead. From the docket of April 20, reporting for Public Works, from the docket of April 21st, 2015. I move to authorize the mayor and appropriate departments to research and develop a plan to participate in a contract or contracts to aggregate the electricity load of the residents and the businesses in the city of Attleboro and for other related service independently or in joint action with other communities, municipalities, and further authorize the mayor to execute all documents necessary to accomplish the same.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
We had actually two almost public hearings. We had the company come in twice. I was not here for the first one. They come in and went over certain things that was probably a little fuzzy the first time or people didn't understand. Anything we can do to lower a financial burden to the people in this city is our duty. From my observation and questions that I brought up and listened to questions that my other fellow councilors brought up, this is a no-lose situation. You know, if the price isn't right, then we don't go into a contract. If anybody wants to opt out of it because of service they don't feel is right, they have the opportunity to opt out at no cost. Some of the other phone calls we've been getting, there's a lot of little fine print in those things, and people can get involved in it because it is a saving, and we're all stretching for that dollar today. It's tough budgeting whether you're a large business, small business, homeowner. So anything we can do to lower a financial burden on the citizens of Attleboro, I feel it's our duty. I'm totally behind this, and I think it's a great thing that we investigate and see if we can get the cost to our citizens down for the electricity we use.
Thank you. Council Parika.
Thank you, President Cook. I would like to say thank you to Councilor Cooper. I was unavailable last week, and he read off some variety of questions that I came up with over the course of the week, and I watched actually from the ICU on my iPad, so that was really good. I am cautiously optimistic about this. I think that there were, Councilor Denley asked some really great questions last week. I appreciated the honesty and openness that came from the individuals that came to speak in front of us. I mean, any question that was asked, they were right there, very honest. My concern, I have some concerns about this. I'm looking forward to the research and development portion of this. There is no guarantee that it's going to save anybody money. Even if we do enter, if all things end up correct and we do enter into a contract with them, it's important for people at home to remember that, and this is exactly what they said, is that in the winter, depending on what the kilowatt per hour that we are able to procure through the new contract, there are times during the year that National Grid might be able to beat that. So in the summertime, we might not be saving any money. In the wintertime, we might be saving some. It could be a wash. It is, there is no guarantee that it's going to, I appreciate the fact that we're going to, and I'll support doing the research. We could come down to the wire and decide not to purchase it anyway. So it's important for people at home to understand that. I'm a huge proponent of free will, so it gives me kind of an uneasy feeling. As a community, we're all going to do this together. People do have the opportunity to opt out at any time at no cost to them. And so I'm looking forward to see how this progresses. My concerns too are, it hasn't been done here. I'm not always a proponent of being the bleeding edge of technology. It's been done in one other place in the United States where their electric rates are already pretty low. We have the highest rates, so it's worth us. I mean, we compare with Hawaii. I mean, come on. So I will support this. I am cautious, and I'm interested to see how this all plays out. Thank you.
Councilor Denley, then Councilor Kirby.
Yeah,
And then
I
Councilor
think
Blair. Councilor Denley.
I'm more optimistic than my colleague, but I think the good thing is this just gets the ball rolling. This doesn't lock us into any contracts. This allows us to investigate it further. I can say I've been borderline harassed about this. People, phone calls, and I'm in the grocery store, and everyone wants to know, like, what's this about saving $200 a year on energy? Like, explain it to me. And so, it's a good 5-minute conversation, but you kind of explain it and people go, that makes sense. That kind of seems logical. That's the same general principle as I said earlier of going to BJ's instead of going to Walmart, and you buy more and you save more. So I'm definitely in support of this, and I'm very optimistic that come September, October, there might be a great possibility for the city to lock in a really low rate and really help the residents out. Even, $200 a year isn't a lot, but it's something. And that's our job, is to try and help to that something. So this gets us there. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But I'm fully optimistic, and I believe that it will work out, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kirby. And then
Thank you.
Councilor Blair.
And you really touched on this, Mr. Denley, but I want to emphasize our vote tonight does not lock us into doing this. That's what I want to make sure the residents understand. It does not lock us into doing it. It investigates whether we want to move forward with it. And it authorizes the mayor and the administration and Serpent to work together to try to establish, is this going to work for this city? And it needs to move forward in that way. They need the vote of this body to move forward from this point to investigate. And if it's not going to be right for Attleboro, then that will be either a later vote or a later decision down the line. This does not lock us into this. So while I'm hopeful that it's going to save not just everyone in the city money, but even me money, because I'd like to save a couple $100 a year, that we want to make sure that it's right for the city. And so we're just authorizing the process to move forward. And that's why I want to make sure that we haven't locked anybody into something at this point. And so that's the piece that I wanted to make sure we said.
Mr. Churchill first.
Councilor Churchill, then Councilor Blair.
Thank you, Mr. President. No matter what this honorable body does, we're not locking anybody into anything. We can't make them take this deal.
Right.
They have the option to say no. So no matter what happens here, the people out there are not locked into anything. They can opt out. And if there's no savings that they can see, they don't have to do it. So no matter what we do here, it's not going to affect on people unless they want it to.
Councilor Blair.
by Mr. Kirby and Mr. Churchill's comments, they've more or less covered what I was going to say, but in addition to that, one of the questions I asked when the gentleman was before us last week, depending on the length of the contract, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever the best situation they come up with, and we approve, right? The part I like most about it is being able to budget. And as Ms. Parika said, you know, there might be a time when National Grid is a little bit is lower than us in the summer, per se. I don't think that'll happen, but there's an opportunity, there could be. But people were shocked this year by the increase in their electric bill. We all were. You know, my wife opened that up during supper, we didn't get dessert. It was shocking to people for a bill to go up 30-odd%. Was it 37%? 37%. And for people on especially for people on a fixed income, they live on a budget. If they're, you know, they're locked in at certain things. And that increase, you all heard it, they were scared. People were scared. I was too. I wanted the dessert. But I think this gives us an opportunity to be able to rationally look at a bill and say it's going to be X, Y, or Z for the next 2, 3, 4 years and be able to properly budget for it. Even if there's a shot somewhere along the line that National Grid is lower. And as Mr. Churchill says, if you're satisfied, some people don't want change. Change scares them, you know? And I think they still have the opportunity not to. And then I think you have to wait a year to get into it if you don't opt into first. Maybe I missed it.
Can't opt into it.
Can't opt in later.
Huh?
Not until the renewal of the
Until the renewal.
Oh, not till the renewal of the contract. So I think all this stuff will be brought out again in the community. We'll get a little bit more knowledge, and they'll make a rational decision whether or not they want to sign up for it. Thank you.
I just wanted one small point of clarification.
Okay.
You can, it's just that this, I don't believe this comes back in front of us. We're authorizing the mayor to sign, like, in the event when if they ascertain that there's a rate that's good, this doesn't come back in front of council. The mayor has the authority to sign off on this.
Yes, you're right. But
No. That was, it just, if I may, that was not my understanding. Remember that page 20? You weren't here. It was a big yellow page, and then they have the months, and then they have the renewable energy scale. That, to my understanding, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, that comes before the council, and we approve, and there's different rates based on the time period and based on the percent of renewable energy. And we as a council would approve where in that spectrum we want. At that point, we get to appoint the mayor or the treasurer or someone to go be our bidding agent and to accept that bid as long as it's within the spectrums which we approved. But I was under the impression there's like 3 or 4 more votes. At least one. At least one. I know we approved that rate in that spectrum. Because there's more debate we need to have. How much renewable energy do we want? Do we want to do 100%? Do we do the minimum
that's right.
10%?
Yeah.
How long do we want it? Do we want it for 6 months? Do we want it
more
for 3
green?
years?
Do we want?
Right. So that will come before the council again.
All right.
And that's going to be a big point where we're going to have to decide collectively as a body how much we value renewable energy versus the costs that our citizens have to pay. And that's going to be a big conundrum for us. We're going to have to really value which is more important and how can we do it, and is it cost prohibitive? So I'm certainly under the impression, I am very much under the impression that it does come before us one more time.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your clarification
Yes.
on that. Please.
I won't mess up your desk.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, that'd be fine. I'll find them.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
President Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. As the one who, I'd be remiss if I didn't say a few words, since I was the one who got this process going a while ago. Just with a couple of key points going forward. One of the things that bothered me in the winter was not only getting the bill, because as we know, National Grid adjusts their rates twice a year, May 1st and November 1st. And we all got the sticker shock that Mr. Blair had mentioned. But I was surprised with some of the calls that I got from residents. There were residents who thought that we as a city were the responsible parties for increasing the electric rate, which was kind of disheartening to me, because this was something that it was done at the state level, not at our level at all. They did have public hearings. In fact, that was one of the comments, well, how come nobody knew anything about it? Well, the state has public hearings, usually at the State House, and you don't read the fine print. It's not something that would come before us. You may not even know and may not even go into it. I know Mr. Conti has gone in and appeared sometimes at state hearings. I know I have. But unless you read the fine print, you don't know these things are coming up. And I want to bet that the reaction when National Grid and the others went before the Department of Public Utilities, there were very few people who showed up that day to speak in opposition. So again, it pays to be alert to these things. On top of that, like a lot of people, we were getting things in the mail. Once that came out, all these companies, coming in, suggesting a lower rate would be possible if you sign in for a certain amount of time. And yet, some of these things, as you start to look at them, thank you, there were buyout, of charges of $300 or more. That's not one of the situations that we have here. The things with this gives us the potential. And again, there was never any guarantee that people would be getting, $80, $200, whatever. It's all going to depend upon what that rate is and how long they lock in for. But the major thing is just in terms of our own planning. I know that as a council, when we do the city's budget, we're locking things in June for the coming year, across the board. And we know, and I won't go on long on this part, but we all know what happens when we get it, after we do the balanced budget, we get something from the state, an unfunded mandate. Happens all the time. We know how that throws us off. Well, that's what everybody experienced this year with the electric rate. You figure roughly how much it's going to go every year. It's going to go up a little bit. During the wintertime, it's going to go up. You're heating these. It's going to go up in December because of additional lights and decorations that you all have. But the major jump this year was surprising to everybody. And the beauty of this particular program, as I see it, is that it allows people, once that rate is decided upon and locked in, right, it's not going to change during that time. All right. Now, granted, we know that, as was mentioned last week, National Grid was probably going to be dropping the rate in May for the summer. I often do. But then in the fall, it's going to go back up again. So this will mean the same amount every month. It's a lot easier to plan, especially if you're on a fixed budget, fixed income, or whatever. You know how much it's going to be. That's one of the beauties of it. Going forward, if we had a vote in support of this, there is additional public education sessions that they talked about last week in terms of outreach through foreign language, if necessary, as well as to other groups, just to let people know what's going on, so that instead of getting these things in the mail right now where you don't know what it stands for, the city will do a lot of the vetting for it. So when it comes out, people will get something with the city seal on it, they'll know a little bit more, and then we'll be able to make an informed decision about whether or not we're going to go for it or not. And then even if we decide to go for it, as businesses and small businesses and residents still have the choice of opting in or opting out. It's not like everybody has to go in. It's going to be an individual choice if people want to go into it or not go into it. So to me, I don't see this as really anything where, at this point, there's a tremendous amount of risk. It gives us the option of potentially locking in a lower rate that will save homeowners and small businesses money for a set period of time. And at the end of the time period, that'll be up for reconsideration all over again. But again, to me, this is something that I think gives us a way to help our residents, especially those who are most affected by this. I know that residents are saying, what are we going to do as a city? Well, again, looking at it, this was one of the, to me, this was the most viable option on the table as a way of trying to do something about this. So I just want to thank everybody for your participation and you've had great questions going forward on this, and I'm looking forward to a vote. Thank you.
1 second.
What?
Stay right there.
Oh.
I want to personally thank Frank for the work that he's put into it for a long time. This isn't something that popped up 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Frank's been working on it with the administration in due diligence to try to help the citizens of Attleboro in this. And Frank, I appreciate it, and I want the people at home to know how much work you put into it, and out of concern for all our constituents throughout the city. I thank you, Frank, and I'm sure the rest of us will join in that. Thank you.
Any other concerns or comments? Councilor Hagan.
I'm not gonna belittle this and stuff, but I think I'm also on the skeptical side. I support this motion and because I am positive also 99.9%, but that one vote more is needed, and I don't know what I will do then. But I did ask a lot of questions, and I was pleased that it wasn't a selling presentation. They were asking and answering questions. And he also said the good energy wasn't splashed everywhere. It was more municipal, the city seal. So like I said, I'm gonna ask more questions, see what happens, goes on. I'll support this tonight. Like I said before, sometimes some things are too good to be true. Sometimes when you hear them, but like Heather, I'm on the skeptical side, but I'm gonna support this tonight.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we still had Mass Electric as a supplier, they generated electricity, and they sold it to the residents across the state. At that point in time, when that was going on, and I was on the council, I was appointed by the Chamber of Commerce to be a representative to the consumer board for the for Mass Electric. I was attending a couple of meetings a year, and during those meetings there would be people who would fly in from the islands, and everyone worked for the people who had appointed them. In my particular case, I was working for, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and this entire Attleboro area. We knew ahead of time that Mass Electric was going to sell out, and they were selling out to a company that was out of the country, and that the company that was coming in had no intention whatsoever of generating electricity anymore. It was during that period of time when one of our responsibilities was to try to add information into the packet where the bill comes to everyone's home every month, and there would be information in there about safety things, and the way the rates are determined, and payment plans, who's eligible for lower payment plans or lower percentages. During that time, Mass Electric was still generating its own electricity. However, knowing that wasn't going to continue, that's when the legislature enacted a law which allowed energy generators from outside of the state of Massachusetts to sell energy to residents of Massachusetts through National Grid, or like I say, they knew ahead of time who the purchaser was going to be. At that point in time, I changed from when National Grid actually made the change, and started using whatever the going rate for electricity was, what everyone is being charged. I changed to a different generator of electricity, which the one I was using at the time was Dominion. They had sent out things in the mail, and it was an opportunity to get a cheaper rate. I budget things anyway, so because of my fixed income, but that brought my rate consistent every month. It's no different with what I've done now with another company that gives me a better rate than Dominion. I expect that the experience that I've had as an individual is going to carry through with what other people, if in fact we go with a particular rate citywide, that other residents and other businesses are going to see the advantage to being able to choose a particular rate value that that's going to be spread out in a budget situation for the 12 months of the year, that's going to be consistent so that you don't pay a high rate during the winter, you don't pay a lower rate during the summer, you get an average of everything, and it's not going to be the same high rate that you would pay from National Grid. It's going to be from a different producer of that energy. And what Councilor Denley was talking about is in that scale of producers of energy, you have some who have some green components to that, and for that you pay a little bit more because it's more expensive to generate with those products. For those who don't, you'll get a cheaper rate, and whatever the rates are that people will agree upon will be the rate that we would go for if you're stuck with this. But I really feel that my experience as an individual is going to happen across the city and probably across many cities and towns in the state of Massachusetts, because this is new for us. This is maybe the 7th or 8th year since this law has been enacted, and the first 6 years was as a tryout to see how many companies from outside of the state were actually going to attempt to promote selling their energy within the state. So I really think that this is a plus, and that it's going to work well for everyone in the long run.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a roll call vote. The vote will begin with Councilor Denley.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
President Cook.
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $14,400 from account 142010000-548010, Public Works Gasoline, to account 142010000-530101, Public Works Professional Services, relative to the design required for traffic signal improvements at the following locations. Location 1, North Main Street, South Main Street, County Street, Park Street. That's that four-way intersection the gentleman earlier talked about. Location 2 is Bank Street, Railroad Avenue, and Park Street. Location 3 is Emery Street and Pleasant Street. Location 4 is Pleasant Street, Union Street, and Park Street.
Is there a second?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Any comments, please?
Yes, all of these locations need an update. That's known. Where we're getting the 14.4 from, we've all enjoyed, as a municipality, gasoline prices have been down. We know it when we go to the pumps. What we've allocated for gasoline, evidently there's, a surplus in that where we can take some out of it, still get through to the end of the year. We're gonna see a lot of those transfers in the upcoming months. It's just a natural thing come spring. If we've over-projected in one area and unprojected in another, these are where we see the swaps. Many of them we don't see because they're within a line item, but this not being a line item, it comes before. And speaking with Public Works, it looks like we're pretty solid for gasoline. So this is a transfer from that account to professional services for 4 locations that are really in need of an update and whatnot.
Okay, any other concerns or comments? Council Con?
Yes, Mr. President, I'm on these 4 locations every day. And all I can say is hallelujah. End of comment.
Thank you. Council Churchill?
I agree that there needs to be an update. I don't think we may not be able to solve the problem. If you notice in the city, even Maple Street as it comes out by St. Joseph's Church is backed up all the way around the corner to the Speedway. And whether we can solve it or not, I don't know, but I think it's time that we do something to try to solve it. But the traffic in the city has increased considerably.
Just a comment to Mr. Churchill's. I still use that intersection because I know I can get out on South Main. South Main's busy, you know, and it does back up, but I've learned to use the light and not go try a side street, because you can get to a side street and you can't get out. At least you know that light up there is going to change and it'll give you a shot to get out. In certain periods of time it's like that, but I think these 4 locations are very, very important, and I wholeheartedly support this.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Council Thibodeau?
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I wanted to thank Councilor Blair for bringing this in, because this is really important. The last time that any of these locations, from my recollection, were upgraded was 19 years ago. When my first election that I ran, when we were doing the Wednesday night market, at the time, and all of the sidewalks had been torn up, and they were replacing all the lights from Wall Street up to Starkey. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be done. One of the things, it's not specific in here, so I guess we're going to do it on the local level, but is to add a crosswalk at the Park Railroad and Bank Street intersection. We had brought that in as new business a few months ago, and Serpent had done a study and said that the city just needed to add 1 curb cut. So I'm presuming that once they get this road work done with the lights, that would be the time they will do that as well. What I wanted to bring to everyone's attention was under scenario 2, if you have the information that was handed out to us in the mayor's communication, in the 3rd bullet down on scenario 2, it says, installation of fiber optic video camera system at locations 1 and 2 that will connect into an existing fiber optic system operated by Attleboro Access Cable System. That's for traffic video lights that are going to take pictures of violators. There are, according to the police chief, when I spoke to him about another location, he said his explanation as to being who would be the officer that would take charge as to who was the violator would be the office of the police chief. In viewing the video or the still photographs, it would be the police chief who would take on that responsibility, and he stated to me that there are laws within the state of Massachusetts which allow that to happen. And I think that the fact that it's in this particular plan as one of the scenarios of how it could be done supports the position that the police chief has said to me, that there are ways of doing it with it being legal. So that encourages me that the other stuff that we're working on as well may have a chance to be approved on a legal level. So I was supporting this, Mr. Blair.
Councilor Devlin?
Yes. So it's strange, we hear such contradictory information about this. Last time I checked, the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts found them to be illegal, and it was a case based in Cambridge. And Cambridge was forced to deactivate their cameras last time I checked. So maybe, since this is in Councilor Blair's committee, President Cook could allow Councilor Blair to speak to City Solicitor Mangiarotti and get us some clarification on this, because it's not just this issue. I know there's an issue in traffic. I know Mr. Conti has dealt with this before. I know this has touched a number of our committees, and it seems like there's no clarity on it, because what I know in my head is disproved by what other people believe to know as well, and I'm now unclear. So if we could possibly get a solid answer from the city lawyer clarifying this, I think lots of us could maybe benefit from that, because if it's one thing, that's completely different than if it's a no. So I know that I've gone from clear to unclear, and if we could have someone smarter than me, possibly the city solicitor, kind of come down and clarify that for all of us, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, and again, that action would be separate from this motion, which is just a transfer of money. But your point is well taken, because I know that as Councilor Thibodeau began speaking, I could hear Councilor Conti make a comment about it, and I know you've raised this in the past, actually, about the illegality of it. And it is interesting about how sometimes, things change at the state level, and all of a sudden things that were illegal aren't, and vice versa. So, but it's worth. I'll follow up on this.
Thank you, President.
Okay, Councilor Thibodeau. Blair.
No, just to say it, this authorizes contracts to upgrade them, and I'm sure in the upgrade, they'll have the facility for the cameras. This isn't necessarily putting cameras in. If it becomes legal, well, that's time for another debate. I think in this project, while they're doing it, you run a wire. You know what I'm saying? Or you do run a camera for a location that you want to monitor, not necessarily give out tickets. I mean, if you want to monitor these locations for the safety of the public, better management and whatnot. But till I am positive, till there is some type of legal, you can do it legally, our department won't be doing. We're not going to put ourselves in jeopardy of doing something that's illegal or cause extra work at the courthouse, things getting thrown out. I mean, that's some scrutiny down the line, but in this proposal, I think it's the time to make it available so you don't go back and redo it. Put in a 12-inch pipe, you only need a 6, but you could use a 12. The labor's there. The only thing you're doing is putting a little extra material in it. So I think we're all set. And I will personally talk to the chief and make sure that's what it is.
I'll follow up with the city solicitor.
Yeah, I'll support this motion. I just would love some clarification.
Yeah, I mean, there's some strange, as I said, I mean, to me, Councilor Thibodeau and I have had numerous conversations during his time on, as I've been trying to deal with traffic issues in the ward I represent. And at times, it's just baffling what the state comes out with, in terms of things that, in terms of how they come to certain decisions, in terms of even setting speed limits, which, or even in some occasions, decisions can't be made because there haven't been enough accidents at a location. I mean, that just totally blows my mind. The government's supposed to help prevent certain things, and yet then the state comes back and denies something. Yep. For example, a stop sign or something because there haven't been enough accidents. I just don't understand that line of reasoning at all. So who knows? Maybe they change their mind once again.
Okay.
So I'll follow up on it. Any other issues, comments on this? This is a request to transfer $14,400. Here we go. We'll have a roll call vote, beginning with Councilor Hegney.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill? Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
The motion passes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's all of the business for Public Works this evening, and I would request a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for Transportation and Traffic. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilor Conti for bringing this motion forward out of committee last week, as I was absent last week. From the docket of April 21st, 2015. I move to follow the recommendation of the Planning Board and Serped and request the Bishop Feen High School engineering firm prepare and submit a full and comprehensive traffic study. A letter is to be forwarded to the school's attorney with attached copies of the Planning Board's recommendation and the Serped comment letter.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
Yes. I think that the planning board, looking at things the way they do from a planning point of view, have probably brought up a point that we hadn't thought of on the traffic end of it. And I think the fact that it has come from them rather from this body or from this committee that I'm reporting for, I think it's an independent request of the action that has been taken by the committee so far and has brought forth to the full council. So I see some validity of Serped that they will render an opinion that is not slighted in one direction or the other. And I think the independence of them will help for a fairer decision to be made in the very end.
Okay, thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Councilor Parika.
Thank you, President Cook. I will be supporting this recommendation. I appreciated Serped's comments in their letter. I read the McMahon report, front to back to front, inside out, upside down, all over the place. And perhaps maybe I should go to work for Serped because we came to the same conclusions. It seems very clear that what is being asked is that we're taking a traffic concern, picking it up, putting it in another area, which is a residential area, highly congested, with all the problems and concerns that are there. And I think that when you read the report, they did not complete an afternoon traffic study, and that's where the major concerns are. And I think that having a full, complete, comprehensive, independent traffic study of not only the location, but the areas around the location will help individuals who may be in support of and individuals who are not in support of come to a conclusion as to what is actually taking place out there. That's what's really important. We need traffic counts. We need to know how many people are coming up. We need to know how long they're waiting in line. I have yet to hear, with the exception of because of the safety of the children, I've yet to hear an actual reason why this needs to take place. And so I would like to see not that the safety of children isn't important, but that's kind of a blanket comment that we could apply to a variety of topics. So I want to know very specifically why this request is, well, it's not necessarily a request, but why we have this business in front of us. So I am highly supportive of this. I'm looking forward for the engineering firm to come back and give us some more answers and have more thorough information. So then we can make an appropriate decision. And that concludes my comment.
Any other concerns or comments? Councilor Churchill.
I do not support this because I think it's a stall tactic. I don't remember any traffic study commissions for the Attleboro High School when they have 4 entrances out. The bottom line is the number of cars that go in the fan are going to not change depending on the student body. And I think the fan should be responsible for controlling the traffic that goes on Harvard Street. The traffic study isn't going to represent any of that statistics because they're not going to ask that question. I have talked to the lawyer for Fan, and I've talked to Mr. Scriven, and I told him, I said, I don't know if they're supporting the council to do a compromise, but basically the compromise would be in your hands. You would have to control the traffic that goes into that street. Yeah. We're playing the people who live on the street against the people who go to the school. We're treating the school like it doesn't belong, like it's not a good neighbor. I don't agree with that. I think if we did the same thing, the Fan that we do for Attleboro High School, this wouldn't even be an issue, but it is. I do not support it.
Thank you. Councilor Kerr.
I do not support this as well. I've been against the motion since we started. I think for some reason this council is bent on blocking what is a legal right for this school. In my opinion, fans should open that gate tomorrow and leave it open. But they haven't done that because they've been wanting to be a good neighbor. But they have the legal right to use the road. I have 2 driveways at my house, one on the front road, one on the back side road. If neighbors or people wanted me to came before this council and wanted to close that driveway on my own property, you wouldn't do it because it's property owners' rights. I don't see why we're moving forward with this fight. It doesn't make any sense to me. I get public safety, but it's public safety all around that area. Halcott Street. I went on Halcott Street when I went to that school. It wasn't fun then. But it's worse today. We need to relieve the pressure around the entire area. And this fight against Fan, I don't get it. Maybe Fan has a public relations policy problem. That's something for Fan to fix. But we are going up the wrong alley on this. And I am so upset every time this comes before us. I don't get why we're putting money forward, why we're putting these things forward. It just really, really frustrates me. And I do not get why we're doing it. It's not right. I think we can have compromises. I think we can close the gates. I think Mr. Servant will be the neighbor that he has said he will be. And he has always been with this community. I will not support this. I haven't supported any of the motions moving forward. It's not the right thing for an entity that provides so much help within this city. It is not right. That's my conclusion.
Any other concerns or comments? Councilor Hagney.
Thank you. I'm not gonna go on and belittle because it is getting up there, but I actually do support this because I'm actually one of those people in the middle of my decision, and I don't see it as a stall tactic, and I do see their property rights. I'm looking at everything very holistically, with objectivity. I've attended both Fan and Attleboro. They're both problems to get out of, and I taught at Studley. And they don't drive over there, so I'm trying to get out of there. But I do see, the planning board's recommendation. I see they also want to make sure too. In the decision I make when I vote on this, I want to be 110% that I am making the right decision. I want to make sure any threats or non-threats or this or that. I'm not getting emotional about this because I'm looking at this with objectivity. And I have concerns even with the road on North Ave. There's I've driven down that 100,000 times. My grandmother lives down the street. Now she's passed, but my sister lives there, so I drive down there all the time. And I just want to look at things with the objectivity, and I just want to make the best decision. I don't know what that is currently, but I would like to see what comes out of this, and I am going to support this.
Any other concerns or comments? Councilor Blair.
I echo Councilor Hegney's situation. I'm in between. I've tried to work out a compromise. I met a couple of times with President Servant up there, and I stopped the negotiation, the talk, because we sort of reached a stalemate. I would like to see a compromise that's good for the neighbors and good for fans. So I'm interested in seeing this report. Can't hurt,
Just a brief follow-up on that. I mean, it was very clear. I mean, Fian brought forward the traffic study for us to try and gauge make a recommendation on, and there are areas of question in that traffic study. So I think that, where the planning board was brilliant in their way of looking over to Serped and saying, hey, Serped, what are your recommendations? And I think that And I am appreciative that they're not opening the gate tomorrow and that they're being patient and we're all trying to work this out to the best of our abilities. I think that with the more information, again, I mean, Serped's response was, they're simply picking up one problem from one area and putting it in another area, which is, I don't see that necessarily as a resolution to a problem. So perhaps we can come up with a better resolution, a better solution. FIAN might look at it and say, okay, so we can do some education of our parents and our students, and we can do this, and we can all work together, but we can't make, right now, as it stands, we can't make that determination. So this is the best option for us to try and make that determination.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? I just had one question for Ms. Shaw. There's only 9 councils.
Travel, pay them.
5 days. What do you need 6 days? So they said it's just 5, it's not a 6 vote, 2/3. I mean, I know it's not 2/3.
Majority vote or 3/4?
Just the majority. All right, I was just checking on the vote on this. Not everybody's voting about how they're going to vote on it, but there's going to be simple majority of those voting. All right, so this does require a roll call vote, and the vote will begin with Councilor Denley, please.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
No.
Mr. Conti.
No.
Mr. Kirby.
No.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
President Cook.
Yes.
6 yeas, 3 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all the business I have this evening, but I'd like to call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Parika.
Thank you, President Cook. I will be reporting first for Public Safety and Emergency Management in Councilor Cooper's absence.
Okay.
From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $50,000 from Fund 1,359,000, undesignated fund, general government, free cash, to account 1220100051300 fire overtime for overtime funding due to the filling of vacancies, hiring delays, and long-term injuries/illnesses.
Second. Motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
Unfortunately, I was not here last week either. I do have, there were multiple questions from the council that Councilor Cooper was asked to speak to the fire chief with regards to, and I do have a listing of that. And if you would entertain me, I'm just going to read this. It says, as per Mr. Cooper's request, here's the information requested regarding fire department overtime spending and present staffing levels. The general overtime original appropriation was $490,000. We've transferred in $287,159.09, and we have $53,030.27, including week 42. And our year-to-date expenses have been $724,128.82. All the funding transferred into the overtime account has come from internal personnel accounts, salaries, holiday, etc., as a direct result of vacancies. The education and training overtime, the original appropriation was $187,200. We've transferred $20,000 out into regular overtime. We have available $44,980, including week 42, with the year-to-date expended of $122,219.17. According to the chief, we presently have 3 firefighters who have just begun the Massachusetts Firefighting Academy, also known as the MFA. The class is 9 weeks long. They have already completed the first week of training. At present staffing levels, we must backfill 100% of the time to maintain minimum essential services. Therefore, the cost to send the 3 firefighters to MFA is approximately $46,500, which is $41 per hour at 42 hours a week times 9 weeks. Approximately $41,300 will be required to cover the remaining 8 weeks of the MFA training. The EMS revolving account overtime, with the original appropriation was $435,000. They have $139,939.93. We should play that number. Includes week 42. Year-to-date expenses are $295,060.07. Including week 42, the fire department has expended $1,019,188.89 in overtime, general overtime, and EMS revolving account overtime. We've also expended $122,219.17 in education and training, almost all for backfill when recruits attended the MFA. And the present staffing is as follows. Fire alarm superintendent, 59 firefighters, 1 is a fire inspector. This is 5 below the planned number of firefighters for fiscal year 2015 and 21 below the number allowed by city ordinance. We have 8 lieutenants, 12 captains, 6 district/deputy chiefs. We have an assistant chief and a chief. Additionally, he states we anticipate completing the hiring process for 3 additional firefighter paramedics by May 2015, May 4th. We've planned to hire 4 firefighters but not received sufficient applicants to fill these vacancies, which seems to be a chronic problem. Additionally, we received an unexpected resignation of a firefighter in April. We also have 2 firefighters still out with injuries and are not expected to return for this fiscal year. With the 3 new firefighters expected to begin in May, the fire department will be operating with 61 firefighters on shift. However, with 3 firefighters attending the MFA and 2 out with injuries, the department will operate with 56 firefighters on shift. We require 60 on shift to keep all apparatus in service and all fire stations open. With contractual vacations, leaves, injuries, sickness, etc., the fire department will expend approximately $270,000 to $300,000 in total overtime, general overtime, EMS revolving account, and educational training overtime to fill the vacancies for the rest of the fiscal year. Unanticipated injuries or long-term illnesses will increase this amount. If you have any further questions, you can contact Chief O'Chu. So I hope that answers some of the questions that were asked last week. And so I would support the transfer of the $50,000.
Are there any other concerns or comments?
Did he say what the aggregate is going to be for the rest of the year if all things stay equal?
He did not.
You can't,
He's spending 30,000,
Hold on a
20,000 a week.
second. I'm just looking really quick in my little notes.
As she looks, Frank, can I just say one thing?
Yes.
As she's looking, you know, this has been one thing, I know even when you were fire chief, we used to grill you too, and since I've been on the council, this has been something with overtime every department, and sometimes the numbers, people get out, they go sick, and there's the formula, the variables, so I know this is another issue, sometimes we say, it is what it is sometimes.
I'm
And
happy
I
to
know-
give you a copy of this if you would like that. Okay.
Any other concerns or comments on this? Again, this is to appropriate $50,000. As specified. Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote beginning with Councilor Hagney.
Ms. Hagney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
You're
From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $2,650 to account 11331000541010 Budget Administration Software relative to the launching of C-Click Fix, which is an interactive tool residents will be able to use to alert the city of non-emergency issues from the following accounts. $2,161.36 from account 11331000524214 Budget Administration Maintenance of Payment Processor, and $488.64 from account 11331000524211 Budget Administration Admin Maintenance Software.
Second. Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
I do have comments. It is my understanding that the chairperson for Public Safety and Emergency Management is in support of this. I, however, I'm not. I find it interesting that we here on this council are being asked to vote in the affirmative for technology when we can't even use technology on our own floor. Also, in addition to this, when I was newly elected, C-Click Fix is an open and public website that we already have an existing account with. I'm struggling to I went and I spoke with Barry today. We had a very vibrant discussion about this. I know that there are portions to this program on the C-Click Fix that, when you pull it up on your phone and you take a picture of the pothole, it'll say send it to DPW, and there's all internal factions to this app that would make it convenient for the city to utilize it, but it's also already right out there. In addition to that, we're basing this off of how the city of Boston has implemented this, and if you go, I have my iPad that does not have internet access, I could show you, that the city of Boston utilizes C-Click Fix, and if you go through the things that the people in this, the larger population of the city of Boston doesn't really actually use the app. I mean, they have some stuff, but the most recent one was from February. It was a lot of snow, digging out, fire hydrants and things like that. So personally, I'm not in support of this because I don't think it's necessary. I think a recurring $2,500 a year charge to the city for something that I don't necessarily think is going to actually improve things all that much. And that's just my opinion. Up, down, you guys decide.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Councilor Denley?
I respect your opinion. I think you brought some good points. I think the main thing that differentiates us from the public is that we have open meeting laws that regulate our behavior. And it regulates our behavior while we're on the council. So for instance, I serve with Mr. Kirby on the ordinance committee. So if I have something from the ordinance committee, I can talk to you about it, but I'd have to call for a public meeting to talk to Mr. Kirby about it. And on this exact council, we have had council members texting each other in violation of open meeting laws. We have had councilors watching hockey games, just instead of doing their job, just watch hockey. And we're bound by different laws than the public. The public can do whatever they want with their cell phones because they're not bound by the certain laws that we're bound by. So to me, that's not a big detractor from this. To me, I think your best point was possibly Boston is not so analogous to Attleboro, and possibly it's already there in principle for us to use. I think, in my personal opinion, which is slightly contradictory from yours, but still respected, that this is $2,600 is a lot of money. But in the grand scheme of things in the city of Attleboro, it's a drop in the bucket. And I think that this is a really good opportunity for us to see if it works. Mr. Conti raised a good point that there might be continuing costs. Like this might have to be a budget item of a couple $1,000, a few $1,000 a year in the future. But what this does is this allows us to put it into place at minimal cost and see, are we Boston or are we not Boston? Is this something that's going to work for Attleboro? Is this not something that's going to work for Attleboro? So I kind of see this as like the beta testing of the Attleboro C-Click Fix system. And I'm willing to invest $2,600 into this beta testing because if it works, what a great investment. If it doesn't work, we haven't lost that much money. So from that point of view, I think we might just disagree. But from the point of view of we don't get to use technology and they do, that's just not a fair analogy whatsoever.
That was just me being fresh.
All right, yeah, and you're
was
fresh
simply
girl.
being fresh.
So I will support this. I think this is good, and I think this is a let's see what happens type thing. If it succeeds, great. Let's invest slightly in it in the future, and let's keep this going. If this doesn't succeed, strike it from the budget line item. This is a failure. We tried $2,600. It didn't work. But I think that it has such upside potential that I'm willing to invest that $2,600 to see if this will work and kind of think of it as a beta test analysis. And I think that's very much what this is. So while respecting your opinion, I think we might have different votes on it, but I will support this. And I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah, before I recognize anybody else, let's anybody home gets the wrong idea. The items that Councilor Denley spoke about were things that did go on in the past, where there were councilors who were texting from one side of the table to the other in violation of open meeting law. And but again, that's something that's part of the reason why I make the announcement at the beginning of turning these things off, in part to kind of stop that, all right, from occurring. So I didn't want people to think that this is going on today or communicating with people on the outside during meetings also, whichever thing. Councilor Churchill, then Councilor, excuse me, Councilor Parika first, I'm sorry.
Thank you. If I just
And then
may-
Councilor Churchill and Councilor Conti.
Thank you. If I may redirect to Councilor Denley, first and foremost, that was simply me being fresh in my preamble to the discussion. Go Click Fix was brought to my attention by a lovely constituent that follows me, that we have way back when, a year ago when I was elected. He brought it to my attention saying, hey, do you know that this is in existence? And I came to City Hall and brought it to City Hall's attention saying, hey, do you know that this website exists? So it just seems like a redundancy to me. So that's the reason why, and I am very respectful of your vote. I know that there's probably people going to bed like Sansa Stark tonight from Game of Thrones saying my name, hoping that, because I've been a bit fresh this evening. But I think that, I'm respectful of what your opinion is as well, but I think it's redundant. I don't think it's necessary.
Arya Stark.
Arya, yeah.
Arya Stark.
Yes.
Not Sansa.
Did I say Sansa?
I think I meant
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. My concern would be, I agree with Mr. Denley, we should try it, but my concern would be, will the public be happy with the response they get when they click it? Will it take more people to answer those responses? And part of the negative side could be on the public's opinion of how it's working. But I will support it the first time around.
Thank you. Councilor Conti.
Yes, Mr. President, the council seems to be in rare form tonight.
I know. It's spring.
It must be spring. My last meeting with the chief of police, he suggested that I download an app, MyPD, which I love. It gives me instant access to the Attleboro Police Department through my iPhone for videos and photography or comments, and he knows it comes from me.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel, and I embrace technology, I control the volume on my hearing aid with my iPad. People think I'm texting in church. I'm turning up my hearing aid so I can hear the priest.
Or turning it down. I apologize, Mr. President.
All right.
Apology noted.
I don't think the council should take a position that would block any opportunity for the residents of Attleboro to be able to communicate to government. We all think that the people of Attleboro are a little bit too apathetic. We all would do whatever we could to make them become a little bit more involved. I agree with Councilor Denley that, and Councilor Churchill, that this is a small investment to give the residents an opportunity to be more connected to their government. Just like I'm more connected to the Attleboro Police Department with MyPD, a free application to the consumer to be able to communicate directly to the chief of police. What's better than that? I think this is a no-brainer, but it's spring, and we have to talk about it for another hour, I'm
So
sure.
let's vote.
Let's get out
Thank
and
you.
enjoy the.
Any other concerns or comments? No. Hearing none, this matter requires a roll call vote, and the vote will begin with Councilor Denley.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
No.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
President Cook.
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay.
Motion passes.
That concludes the business for public safety and emergency management, and I call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you.
And you thought you were done with me.
And now you're doing city council.
Now it's
planning.
my turn. Reporting for city property and claims. From the docket of April, I have a bunch of motions. So from the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move in accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to accept the donation of a 2002 Volkswagen Jetta with an estimated retail value of $845 from Nancy Wall to the Automotive Department at Attleboro High School.
Second. Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
We just discussed this. I had my committee meeting just prior to our full council meeting tonight, and I just would like to extend our thanks and gratitude to Nancy Wall for her generous donation.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move in accordance with Section 2-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to declare the following mayor's office equipment as surplus and available for disposition. One typewriter, a Nakajima AE 710, no longer works.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
There are none.
Thank you. Are there any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter does require a roll call vote, and the vote will begin with Councilor Hegney.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
The motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move in accordance with Section 2-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to declare the following police department vehicle as surplus for trade-in or resale value and available for disposition. A 2008 BMW 528xi. I would like to waive,
Yeah, I want to waive
thank
that.
you, 105,263 miles condition fair.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any additional comments, please?
We just discussed this. There are a few questions that Councilor Blair had with regards to this, which I don't think it should hold back our ability to surface it, but I will happily get that information for you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Councilor Denley?
Oh, no, I was popping my
Okay.
knuckles. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I saw the hand movement. Okay. If there are no other concerns or comments, this matter requires a roll call vote, and the vote will begin with Councilor Denley.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move in accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to accept the donation of 55 rose bushes with an estimated value of $1,210 from the Garden Club for the Anderson Rose Garden.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any additional comments, please?
So, again, we just discussed this in committee, and I would just like to extend our thanks and gratitude to the Garden Club for their generous donation.
Definitely. Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
And finally, from the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move in accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to accept a guidebook entitled Attleboro Business and Development Guide prepared by the Planning and Development Departments through a Technical Assistance Pass-Through Grant in early fiscal year 2014 from the South Coast Rail Grant Program.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments? please?
No, I think we, again, Mr. Rajan came during our committee meeting and really kind of gave us a good overall understanding of what's in the packet and how it's available. And once we vote it, you can, very shortly, you'll be able to either download it online or swing by the planning board and pick up a copy. So I encourage everyone to do so.
Thank you. Any additional concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter also requires a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
That concludes the business for city property and claims tonight, and I call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Hagan,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Reporting for Personnel and Human Services from the docket of April 21st, 2015. I move to confirm the appointment of Rick G. Rose, 81 Tanager Road, to fill an expired term on the Cultural Council, term to expire 2018.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
The gentleman, I invited him to come in, and he had a great resume, and I think it's great because they do deal with grants. He works in the accounting field, and his personality too, volunteering, big pat on the back for him.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes.
From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $4,825.60 from account 112410000-578300 citywide reserve fund for transfer to account 1292100-5130000 animal control overtime relative to an unforeseen illness as well as increased call volume during fiscal year 2015.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
Just as we had talked about overtime before, this is something that's an unforeseen, someone had an illness. I went over everything in committee about the calls, the volume, and then he comes in, it's the 4-hour calls, his rate that he has. Unfortunately, there was an illness, and it's created some overtime. And Sunny forecasted out to see, and then if there is any money left, it will be swept off and back into the general fund at the end of the year. So at least to cover. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a roll call vote, and the vote will begin with Councilor Hegney.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
The motion passes.
From the docket of April 21st, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to add the following positions on the city classification plan for exempt employees: waste reduction enforcement coordinator added to grade 1, assistant conservation agent added to grade 3.
Second. Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
I did invite the committee, not me, the committee invited the personnel director, Owen, to come down this evening to answer any questions that I couldn't answer in case anyone had any contentious feelings about this motion, that they themselves could ask him, and nobody, I think maybe one person might have, I think Kirby had asked some questions, and nobody else took the opportunity to ask it, but he was here. And what happened was Cheryl Perry had applied for the grant through her department. We voted yes, it passed, and then Owen had said to her, well, that's great, but you have to create a position for that funding source to go to. So we didn't have that, so that's why. And then when he was doing housekeeping, he noticed that the assistant conservation needed to be added to the grade 3.
Thank you. Any additional comments, Councilor Denley?
I will support this. I am often reluctant to add new positions to the city classification plan because I feel like they never go away. But I think these are two important positions. One is grant funded, so I will support it, but I just wanted to reiterate that general concern that I have when I do this. But I think these are appropriate positions, so I will support it tonight.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments, Councilor Hegney?
And I had echoed the same thing when I talked to Cheryl, that's why, and I do apologize that I called for the committee meeting. I thought that I didn't know there was the time constraint that she had to get the grant, because I wanted to make sure that I did do all the research to bring back or have somebody come in, because we all do feel the same way. And then what will happen is we don't have to fund, because we have, I believe, is it the assistant treasurer? What's the economic developer that you brought up earlier? We have the position, but it's not a funded position.
Assistant treasurer too.
The assistant treasurer. So there are certain positions. So, because I had brought that up, and we all do this all the time, is I remember even a few years ago when we really had to cut, our employees took the furlough. We were looking at sweeping every penny. And we had said, just because you have a grant, you have that position, be mindful that if something happens, you don't have the grant, doesn't mean you're gonna have the money to fund it. So I understand that, and I do echo that too.
Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a roll call vote, and the vote will begin with Councilor Denley.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yeah.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
President Cook?
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay.
Motion passes.
From the docket of April 7, 2015, I move to confirm the appointment of Bertha M. Young, 6 Nancy Avenue, to fill an unexpired term on the Conservation Commission, term to expire February 2016.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's in order. Are there any comments, please?
Bertha came in to answer any questions, just as we had talked about early tonight. Every volunteer is very important in the city, and I know personally, for me, the zoning board, the planning board, the conservation, we make some of our decisions based upon those appointments, and I wanted to make sure that she would come in, because we have the wetlands ordinances. We've had, even tonight, talking about the DPW, how they had some of the wetlands. Conservation Commission is right up at that top 3 for me. So I think she'll be a great position.
Thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Hearing none, this matter requires a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
I move to confirm the reappointment of Charles Karen to the Attleboro Housing Authority for a term of 5 years, term to expire February 2020.
Second. Thank you. The motion is in order. Are there any comments, please?
Big pat on the back for Chuck. He's been here for a while, and just keep in the back of the mind that he did say he won't be forever, that it has to be a laborer position, a union laborer position, but just big thank you to him, and that's it.
Thank you. Any other concerns? Hearing none, this matter also requires a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. That is all I have. And if anyone ever has a name that comes through, just let Linda know, because I do try to get anyone wants to come in to answer questions. No problem at all. So just let me know, and I call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. There's one business of, under the old business category. I recognize Councilor Conti.
From the docket of May 5th, 2015, and for those of you who can't understand fast speaking, I apologize in advance. This document is available from the Municipal Council Assistant, Administrative Assistant, and she can email it to you if you so request. Motion, I move to amend number 10 of the Council Certificate of Vote from the April 7th, 2015 meeting as follows: to delete the recommended program, last item of the capital improvement plan in its entirety, and insert the following: recommended programs. To recap, after completion of department reviews, the council recommends budget administration. Replace computers at government center, $15,000. City clerk, record preservations and restoration, $52,495. City collector, replace remittance processing system, $56,913.17. Council on Aging, replace HVAC unit, $10,905. Replace furnace, $20,000. Elections office, replace Accurat tabulators, $83,000. Fire department, Vision 21 radio master box, Briggs Corner Station, $37,000. Replace fire engine 4, Briggs Corner Station, $475,000. Health department, solid waste center paint crushing machine, $14,000. Library, repair paint library windows, $59,860. Repair the exterior of the library, $41,520. Mayor's office, renovate Academy Building Phase 1, $85,000. Citywide paint exterior First Man's House, $35,000. Parks and Forestry, the P&F Administration Building Restoration, $180,000. Zoo, replace kangaroo building roof, $4,100. Park and Forestry, replace main building roof, $28,000. Zoo, replace nocturnal building roof, $4,000. Zoo, replace ATF garage building roof, $5,300. Police, replace jail cell door and hardware locks, $28,695. Combined police and fire dispatch feasibility, $10,000. Space needs and police station architectural design, $10,000. Public Works, replace Handy Street culvert design, $40,000. Replace Pleasant Street drainage line, $40,000. Replace 4th Street drainage line, $40,000. Recreation playground safety project phase 2A, $25,000. Playground safety project phase 2B, $50,000. Nickerson Park court reconstruction, $100,000. Bartech Center repointing, $29,000. However, we are waiting for final figures. School Department, Hill Roberts repair and resurface parking lot and Ring Road, $100,000. Hyman Fine repair and surface parking lot and Ring Road, $100,000. High School repair and resurface parking lot, $25,000. Willett Media Center air conditioning, $60,000. Wamsutta window repairs, $18,000. Wamsutta window repairs, $18,000 is listed twice. Design and construction of post aeration diffused air system for nitrogen removal, $153,000. And the Water Department, rehabilitate the Oak Hill Water Tank design and engineering phase 1, $2,530,000. Rehabilitate the Oak Hill Water Tank implementation phase 2, $2,522,000, which was added incorrectly. And repair an HVAC system at the water treatment plant, $60,000. And lastly, hydrant markers, $10,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion is in order. Any comments, please?
Yes, Mr. President. When I was preparing the capital improvement city development message to the mayor, I had built it in two pieces, the first part being the message and the second part being this list I just read. And on my Surface, I sent it to the printer, talk about technology. It didn't print. I forgot to save it. I shut the computer off, and so all of my changes didn't get saved. And luckily, our capital improvements message does not go into a wasteland. People actually read it. So when people read it, they found that there was a discrepancy between what we're saying in our message and what we're saying in our recap. Therefore, the recap, I thought we could just call that a Scrivener's error because I didn't save it. However, it was properly requested that I reread the entire document because I never did read the recap into the record. And the clerk thought that it was proper for me to read it, and I agree with the clerk. It should be read into the record, and I apologize for taking so long to read it. But I support this, and I hope you will too.
Thank you. That is what it is. All right, additional comments, question, Councilor Dunley.
Just to Chairman Conti, two friendly amendments. I think you caught them both, that the Wamsutta windows were listed twice,
Right, got that.
and that right afterwards we had
I think that's because Wamsutta window repairs and Brennan window repairs need to be done. So I think that
That's correct.
I think that's supposed to be Wamsutta and one should supposed to be Brennan. So
Okay.
the amendment should be to make one of the Wamsuttas a Brennan.
friendly amendment. I trust you
I'll
change
take
it.
that as that.
And then also, you said something was added incorrectly right afterwards.
Yes.
Right at the end.
500 for the,
That was on the water.
water tanks.
The water tank, rehabilitate Oak Hill Water Tank implementation phase 2. The correct number is $2,522,000.
Okay.
Right.
Are those okay, friendly?
That was a comment
amendments?
that was mentioned that it had been added
Right,
incorrectly.
Okay.
Right.
So that's the added incorrectly was basically the,
Fixed.
the footnote explaining that particular correction.
So if we change one Wamsutta to Brennan, I think
Right.
we're good.
Right, exactly. Change it to Brennan. Right. And Linda, I marked those on this anyways for you if you didn't catch them. Okay. Any other concerns or questions on this matter? All right, here, this matter will require a roll call vote, and the vote will begin with Councilor Hegney.
Ms. Hegney,
Thank you, Rick, yes.
Mrs. Parika,
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Mr. Kirby,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
President Cook.
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Mr. President, that's all the business of the old business that the capital improvement city development really has to bring before the council.
Thank you, I do. And that's actually all the business we have before the council for this evening. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you. Motion's in order. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. We're adjourned at 10:29. Thank you very much.
Rick, I had a brain fart. I meant to say